Chapter 91, Jenny's Song. Highgarden, 296 AC. Sansa and her good sister, as she had come to think of Margaery, were finishing their lesson and preparing for the day ahead. Sansa felt a sense of excitement building within her. Each time she glanced at Margaery, she found herself imagining what the wedding must have been like, the sky that night, and how Margaery had felt kneeling before the three singers. She and Fawn had often sat beneath the trees, closing her eyes and picturing the scene. While part of her felt a twinge of annoyance for not being invited, another part, the one that believed in knights, maidens, and chivalric tales, found it all to be something truly special. Good Queen Alysanne and King Jaehaerys had married in secret, ready to take their rightful place on the throne and usher in a time of peace and harmony. Sansa knew Jon would make a great king, and Margaery would be a wonderful queen. Her best friend and her brother, she sighed, lost in thought once again. "Sansa, are you even listening?" Margaery asked, pulling her from her reverie. Sansa turned to her, a bit embarrassed. "What?" she replied, trying to suppress a giggle at Margaery's annoyed expression. "I said we have arrangements to make for Garland and Leonette's wedding. Remember? That's moons away." "I'd rather talk about another wedding," Sansa said, watching as Margaery shook her head. She was surprised to see Margaery submit her writing to Maester Lomaeus, even more so when her friend walked out of the room. Quickly handing in her own notes, Sansa hurried after her, finding Margaery seated on the window seat that overlooked the garden below. She settled beside her in silence, waiting to see if Margaery would speak. Time passed, and Margaery remained quiet. "Marge?" Sansa asked softly after a while. "Oh, it's nothing," Margaery replied. Sansa wanted to push her for more, to ask what was bothering her, but she hesitated. Sansa sat in silence, waiting for lunch to arrive. However, during the meal, Margaery seemed more like herself, happier. Along with Eleanor and Mira, they gossiped about nights and balls, the upcoming wedding, and Sansa's name day, wondering who might attend both events. When Loras and Jon's names came up, Sansa braced herself for Margaery's reaction, especially since Eleanor was certain both would be at the wedding and Mira even suggested they might show up for Sansa's name day too. Surprisingly, Margaery just smiled and said they would come if they could. Sansa sensed that Margaery was holding back her true feelings, trying not to get her hopes up. This became even clearer later when Margaery excused herself from going to the gardens. Eleanor and Mira decided to head into town, leaving Sansa with nothing to do for the rest of the day. "You look bored," Willas said as he approached her while she sat on the grass, watching Fawn run freely ahead of her. "I am. I didn't expect to see you today," she replied, looking up at him. "I'm bored too." "Want to join me?" he asked, extending his hand, which she took. Despite the wedding being a couple of moons away, Lord Mace and Lady Allery were eager to get everything right. Between their plans and visits to Lady Leonette's family, Willas had even more on his plate than usual. Their walks together had become less frequent, and Sansa found herself missing those moments terribly. As they walked toward the bench where they usually sat, her boredom quickly faded away. "Where is my sister today?" Willas asked once they were seated. "She's a little, not quite herself," Sansa replied hesitantly. "Sansa, I know about her and Jon." "About the wedding," he said, and she let out a sigh of relief. "I think she misses him even more now," she confessed, and he nodded in agreement. "I think you're right." "And what about you?" he asked. "Me?" she said, surprised by his question. "How do you feel about the fact that your brother and my sister are married?" Willas asked, a small smirk playing on his lips. I wish I could have been there. That we all could have been there. Gods, why didn't they just tell us?" Sansa replied, her voice laced with frustration. When she heard Willas chuckle, she frowned at him, but soon found herself laughing too. Because then they wouldn't have been able to. They're good together." "They will be good together," Willas said, and Sansa nodded in agreement. Can we go hawking again?" she asked, biting her lip. "I promise not to cheat this time," she added, noticing he took a moment to respond. "You cheated? Really, Sansa? What were you thinking?" he said, and she looked down at the ground, only to realize he was jesting. "You're so mean," she replied, playfully slapping his shoulder, though not very hard. I'd like to go again." "Tomorrow?" he asked, and she nodded enthusiastically. She was surprised by how long he stayed with her. They sat together, talking about a variety of topics and simply enjoying each other's company. Willas asked her more about her warging, and she shared what Jon had said about the birds, demonstrating how easy it had become for her. They discussed Garland and Leonette's wedding, and Sansa felt a surge of happiness seeing just how proud Willas was of his brother. As they walked back, Sansa laughed when Fawn trotted between them, allowing Willas to pet her head repeatedly and looking up at him for more affection. Fawn was friendly with all the Tyrells, even with Olenna, who seemed almost fearful of the wolf at times, but she was especially affectionate with Willas and Margaery, which intrigued Sansa. "Well, my lady, it seems I must bid you farewell. I'd say until tomorrow, but no doubt we'll see each other tonight at dinner," Willas said, and Sansa giggled as he bowed and kissed her hand. "Why, thank you. You kind sir, I shall look forward to our future adventures together," she said with a curtsy, giggling at the laughter that escaped Willas when she did so. "Now I really should run. No doubt my grandmother will be most displeased that I haven't been working today," he replied. Sansa was about to apologize for distracting him when he rolled his eyes, prompting her to laugh heartily this time. She watched him walk away, the cane tapping against the ground with each step, and she found herself hating the thing. Some people looked down on Willas, she knew. She recalled something Randyll Tarly had said during the tourney. Had she been closer, she would have given him a piece of her mind. But he had left before she had the chance. They thought him lesser because of his injured leg, and in doing so, they missed what made him so very special. His mind was as vast as his heart, Sansa thought, and he was far better than most of the men she'd encountered since arriving at Highgarden. As she made her way to her room, her thoughts drifted back to the wedding. She looked forward to it, as well as to the one that Jon and Margaery would undoubtedly have in the future. Her imagination quickly filled with visions of dresses, balls, and feasts, and how beautiful the brides would look. But as she opened her door, her thoughts returned to Willas, and she cursed the cane once more. If only he didn't have that, he would be able to dance at those weddings, and she would be able to dance with the man she wished to. Meanwhile, at Casterly Rock in 296 AC, Genna had been called to speak with her nephews and brothers for a full family meeting, and she felt a thrill of excitement. It was rare for them all to sit down and talk together. They often shared meals and met regularly, but an actual sit-down meeting was a rarity. As she walked to Jaime's solar, she wondered what it was about. When she had first been told that her nephew wanted to see her, she had felt a twinge of worry. Had something happened to Jon? Was this about Tyrion and Arianne? Martell? The thought made her nervous for different reasons. She quickly pushed her fears about Jon aside. It was too soon for anything to have happened to him. Jon had only been gone a day or so, and she had seen ghosts that morning with Joy and Loras. The wolf looked completely unworried. Her mind then shifted to Tyrion and Arianne. Was something happening there, something more than what she already knew? They had not been subtle, either of them, and she found Arianne to be a bit of an enigma. The way she dressed and acted, had she not met Oberyn already, she would have found it scandalous. But having met her uncle, she could see how much Arianne and he were alike in certain ways. She had feared the girl was just using her nephew, but upon closer inspection, it was the little things that made her think there was more to it than that. The conversation she had with Arianne had also helped. "Are they all inside?" she asked Pharaoh, who nodded. She walked into the room. Kevin looked agitated, while Jaime and Tyrion seemed equally tense. Jerian, on the other hand, just looked bored. Her brother had been wearing that look more and more lately, unless he was with Ashera Dane. She bit her cheek to suppress a laugh at the image that popped into her head. 3 lovesick fools and Kevin, she thought as she took her seat and waited for Jaime to speak. It was Kevin who broke the silence first. 2 shipments of ice, 1 of wood, and a larger shipment of wine. All in all, we're down a little over 50,000 gold dragons. She turned to him, confused. What? 3 of our deliveries in Essos have been attacked. Our men have been killed, and we've received this from Sir Richard, Jaime said, handing her the note. Taking it from his hands, she opened it and read quickly, feeling her anger rise as she did. That duplicitous falcon needed his wings cut, and soon. As for the fat magister, Genna had heard his name mentioned but didn't really know much about him. What do you intend to do? She asked. I'm going over myself, Kevin replied. They used Sel's words, and I intend to show them what happens when you play with lions. You're letting your anger cloud your judgment, Kevin, Jerian interjected. They killed my men. Kevin exclaimed, his voice rising. So what? What do you intend to do? Bring more men to Essos? Gather some of those knights and soldiers you've collected in Lannisport? Jerian looked at him incredulously. Surely I'm not the only one who sees the folly in this. Kevin. Jerian has a point. You don't send lions to hunt dogs, Jaime added with a smirk. Then what? Are we to do nothing? Kevin shook his head in frustration. We use wolves, Tyrion suggested after a moment. What wolves? Genna asked, curious. They attacked using Sel's words, did they not? Sel's words pretending to be bandits? Tyrion turned to Kevin, who nodded. Then we hire our own. We hire men who know Essos far better than we do, men we can trust. Who? Jaime asked. The Company of the Rose. Northmen, Tyrion replied. Genna listened as they debated the plan. While the strategy itself was sound, she felt uneasy about who her nephew wanted to employ. Why the Company of the Rose? The more she heard about them, the more confused she became. These were Northmen who had refused to kneel to the dragons 300 years ago, opting instead to leave and form a company of Sellswords in Essos. It didn't make sense to her. Once the discussion had calmed, she turned to her nephew with the questions weighing on her mind. Why this company, Tyrion? Genna asked, looking intently at him. They're good men, loyal. And unlike some of the other companies, they understand and think like Westerosi, Tyrion explained. What does that mean? Genna pressed. She asked, confused, the Golden Company follows its own creed, its own oaths. Our word is as good as gold. They're made up of men who came from Westeros, men who can trace their families back there, and so they seek to be Westerosi. Tyrion responded, and it was Kevin who spoke next. What do they have to do with the Company of the Rose? Kevin asked, clearly not convinced. It's the same principle, Kevin. They, too, are at their heart Westerosi. The other companies are Essosi, they think like Essosi. Do you know how an Essosi thinks? What they're loyal to? Jerian inquired, and Kevin shook his head. That's the thing, uncle, neither do I. But these men, if they say they'll do what we ask, then they will. Northmen more so than any, even if their word may not be as good as gold, Tyrion replied. It's held just as true, she interjected, and Tyrion nodded. Will they accept a contract from us? Jaime asked. They will. Tell them about Jon and our connection with the North, and they will, Tyrion assured him, and she nodded. If these men considered themselves Northmen still, they'd see that the North suffers because of the attacks. It harmed their countrymen just as much as it did the men of the West. Very well, I'll travel to Myr and speak with them, Kevin decided, and she felt a wave of worry wash over her for her brother. Does it have to be you? She asked, and he nodded. They were my people, it has to be me, he replied, and she didn't have the heart to argue any further. Since we're all here, there's something I need to tell you all, Tyrion said, prompting both her and Kevin to turn to him. I'm going to tell Princess Arianne the truth. Tyrion, she said, shaking her head. We're together, we've been together for some time, and I won't lie to her. She needs to know, Tyrion stated firmly, and she almost wished she could smile, but her worry prevailed for now. Are you sure you can trust her? She asked, noticing the glare he shot her way. I have to, he replied, though his tone lacked the confidence he had earlier when he declared he would tell her the truth. She knows about Jon and the dragons. Oberyn has told her almost everything, I suspect. I think you're right, brother. You need to tell her the truth, Jaime said. Tyrion smiled at his brother, and she could see how much Jaime's support eased his tension. You and the princess, huh? Jerian chimed in with a smirk. Aye, uncle. It seems we both have a fondness for Dornish women, Tyrion admitted, laughing as Jerian playfully punched him on the arm. I'd rather no one outside the family knew what happened, Kevin interjected. But this is your choice, nephew. If you feel this is the right thing to do, then I'm with you. He added quickly when Tyrion glanced his way. As she walked down the corridor, she heard footsteps behind her. Tyrion, while not running, was moving quickly, trying to catch up. She paused and waited for him. Aunt, he said when he finally reached her. Nephew, she replied as they began to walk together. Can we speak, Aunt? About Arianne? He asked. She nodded and opened the nearest door, leading them into Jon's old room. What do you think of her, Aunt? Truly, he asked, concern etched on his face. I had my doubts, Tyrion, she admitted, watching as he seemed to deflate. But she's not as I imagined. She cares for you, that much is clear. And you care for her, obviously. Do you see a future with her? I hope for one, Aunt. Gods, I hope for one, he said, his voice filled with longing. She knelt down to meet his gaze. You are Tyrion Lannister. No matter what anyone else may say, you are my nephew, and I love you very much. Any woman would be lucky to have you, Tyrion. Any woman, even a princess. She wrapped her arms around him in a warm embrace. She held him tightly, savoring the moment before stepping back. Together, they left the room, and she meant every word she had spoken to him. As a Lannister, he was a worthy match for a princess. As a Targaryen and a dragon rider, he was even more so. She understood how much Jon valued him and considered him family. The only doubt lingering in her mind was whether her nephew was truly ready to face the Vipers of Dorne. While she was confident Oberyn would be his ally, she could only hope Doran would feel the same. As she entered the dining hall, she spotted Joy surrounded by her foster friends. The little girl was the center of attention, animatedly recounting a story she'd likely heard from Jon. The laughter from the group was infectious, and Joy glanced at her, giving a nod. But then, her heart sank as she saw Aemon walk in, prompting her to quickly take her seat, only for him to follow. As her husband droned on about some topic, her gaze drifted to the girl's table, and memories of her own childhood and her father's mistakes flooded her mind. She felt grateful that the next generation was more like lions than kittens. Jerian was not his father's son, and he wouldn't think poorly of Joy's match. A laugh escaped her, causing Aemon to shoot her a puzzled look. The thought lingered, even if her brother were to be that foolish, she knew a dragon wouldn't let her grandniece suffer as she had. In Volantis, 296 AC, Shireen had been worried. Sandor had gone to the river only to find the ship missing. He hired a horse and raced along the banks, but there was no trace of it. They had no idea which direction the ship had sailed. Had it remained on the Rhoyne, or veered down the Valina? Or had it gone further and taken the Selhoru? They couldn't be certain, and they weren't even sure if the ship had simply drifted out into the summer sea. Dany was lost. She had tried to reach out to her niece, but only Aegon and Rhaegal seemed to be able to connect. Sandor was furious. After all, they had stolen a dragon, and Shireen felt a pang of regret, wishing she could have spared her niece from heartbreak. Instead, she found herself hoping that Sandor would follow through on his threats. He had promised to rip the heart from Jon Connington's chest and to see Aegon dragged naked through the streets, just as the Dothraki did. Although Shireen was not a violent woman, she seemed to attract those who were Igor, Brynden, and now Sandor. She had once been drawn to such men, but deep down, she longed for someone different. Someone who didn't crave violence. She understood that because of this, whatever she and Sandor shared could never endure. "Come, little one. Let's go see your mother," she said, as Rhaegal soared around her. Entering the room, she found Dany curled up on the bed, with Aegon lying beside her. Rhaegal quickly joined his mother and sister. Shireen wasted no time in laying down behind Dany, gently stroking her arm. She whispered in her ear that they would find him, that they would bring her son back. Dany shuddered beneath her touch, and Shireen's gaze fell on the untouched food on the table. "You must eat, niece. You need to be strong," she urged softly. "I'm not hungry," Dany replied, shaking her head. "Dany, you must. They need you. Sandorix will need his mother too." "He won't. I failed him. I should have listened." "I failed him," Dany sobbed. "You didn't fail. Neither did I. We both thought we were doing the right thing. I'm much older than you, so if anyone's to blame, it's me," Shireen said, but Dany wasn't listening. Shireen felt a mix of relief and sadness when Dany eventually cried herself to sleep, exhaustion overtaking her. Once she was certain Dany was resting, Shireen got up from the bed and asked one of the acolytes if the dragons had been fed. She had given Rhaegal a little that morning, but she sensed their hunger growing. The girl returned shortly. Moments later, with a plate of meat in hand, she quickly divided it up and called the dragons to her. Rhaegal arrived eagerly, while Aegon hesitated, glancing first at Dany and then at the meat before finally taking to the air. They no longer needed to instruct the dragons to breathe fire while eating. It was as if they had unlocked a door, and now they did it instinctively. She stroked both dragons as they feasted, Rhaegal leaning into her touch, while Aegon remained more reserved. "The princess sleeps," a voice called from behind her. "She does." "You found nothing," she replied without turning her head. "The flames only show me the three of you riding while the dragons fly," Kinvara said. "Riding where?" she asked. "East," Kinvara answered before departing. A shudder ran through her as the woman left, her words echoing and stirring up memories she'd long buried, memories she had hoped never to confront again. Closing her eyes, she could still hear the voice, still see his face. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the images flooding her mind. To go north, you must go south. To reach the west, you must go east. To move forward, you must go back, and to touch the light, you must pass beneath the shadow, Brynden's voice echoed in her thoughts. She opened her eyes abruptly. She had followed that voice once before, and where had it led her? It was only when she listened to the other voices, the ones she had ignored, that she found her true path. Was this Brynden's doing? Could he have manipulated her once again? All these years later, could she trust that she was following her own path and not his? The dragons had finished eating, and Aegon flew back to be with Dany. Rhaegal, however, stood before her, his head cocked to one side, leaning into her. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him, feeling a surge of strength, peace, and contentment wash over her. Doubts and worries faded for a moment, replaced by the comforting presence of her dragon. As her concerns began to fade, she looked at Rhaegal and noticed something surprising in his eyes. He seemed almost protective. "Kirimvos, Rhaegal." "Kirimvos, no Harakiros," she said softly, thanking him. The dragon chirped in response before flying over to Dany. She remained in the room with Dany until Sandor returned, having spent the day at the docks asking anyone if they had seen which way the ship had gone. He had threatened, bribed, and even brought red priests with him, but it all seemed futile. As he approached the bed and looked at Dany, she could see the worry etched on his face. Moments later, he turned to her. "She's no better?" he asked, and she shook her head. "Still not eating?" "No." "Fuck, she needs to eat," he replied, his voice filled with more concern than anger. "I've tried. She thinks she failed her son, Sandor. It's hard to get her to even consider that she didn't. We all failed him. I should have spoken up more. I should have gutted that bastard when he was sneaking around the rooms," Sandor said, his frustration evident. "She asked you not to," she pointed out, and he glared at her. "You're blaming her?" he asked, anger creeping into his tone. "No, I'm just saying what she'd say." "Kinvara? She says she saw us ride east, that's all, just that vague detail." "We ride east," she replied, her frustration growing. "Maybe we should. Maybe it's what we need to do." "She's in no condition to ride, Sandor." "Aye, but maybe it's what she needs, a sense of direction, something, anything." "It's got to be better than this," he said, waving his hands around the room. "We'll speak to her when she wakes," she assured him, and he nodded in agreement. "You eaten?" he asked, and she shook her head, though he was already gone before she could mention that she wasn't hungry. They sat in Dany's room while they ate, and she woke up just as they finished. Dany leaned back against the bed, but Aegon wouldn't let her. Both she and Sandor watched as the dragon nudged her, almost forcing her off the bed, screeching when she tried to climb back in. Shireen stood up, moving toward Dany with concern, fearing Dany might perceive this as a rejection. To her surprise, Dany smiled and walked over to the table. Even more shocking was when she took some food from Sandor's plate. Sandor didn't say a word about the leg of chicken Dany was devouring with little grace. Instead, he simply got up and left the room, returning moments later with a larger plate and some drinks, which Dany eagerly tucked into. "We need to find them." "Any ideas?" Dany asked, and both she and Sandor were taken aback by her tone. It was far more determined than the dejected tone she had been using for the past few days. "I checked the docks and up the banks, both directions." "There's no sign of them," Sandor replied reluctantly, and Dany could sense his frustration. "Kinvara says we need to go east." "She saw us and the dragons heading that way," Dany said. "She saw them?" Dany asked, her hope rising. It pained her to shake her head, but she was relieved to see that the sadness on Dany's face seemed to fade quickly. "We could look in the flames ourselves, get her to show us," Sandor suggested, and Dany nodded. "We will find him, and when we do, I'll show him a true dragon. I'll show him the meaning of our words, fire and blood. He stole my fire, and he'll pay for it with his blood," Dany declared. Despite the chill that ran down her spine at her own words, she felt that, this time, her resolve was justified. In the north, Richard had ridden hard, chuckling at the irony of heading south to go north. Just days ago, he had been closer to his destination than he would be for another week at least. Upon arriving in the city, Richard headed straight to speak with Mareo. He was tired, hungry, and in desperate need of rest, but he knew he wouldn't truly get any for some time. As he stood in the room listening to the tales Mareo spun, he felt his anger rise. 3 girls had been recruited and 3 girls had been lost, all in and around the Dreadfort. He shuddered to think about what could have possibly happened to them. The Bolton's reputation was not one to be taken lightly. "Why no men, Mareo?" he asked. "Girls are easier, sire. The men up here are a strange bunch. Women and girls see the coin and the benefits. The men, some of them at least, hold on to their honor like a septa does her virtue," Mareo replied. Richard nodded in understanding. "Any other problems?" he inquired. No, sir, everything else is working well. It's just on or near the Dread Fort. We get nothing on the Boltons at all, other than tales from those who've left. Those who've left? A lot of the small folk took up the offer to go to Wintertown, sir, until the Lord put a stop to it. They seemed glad for the option of a life away from Bolton lands. So I made a trip myself and found the tales to be of a lord who brooked no dissent, a people living in constant fear, Moreo explained. And that's all? Richard asked. That's all they'll tell me, Moreo said, shaking his head. Do you need anything? Richard asked, eyeing the bed. No, I'm good. Are you staying here or moving on? Moving on. I want to be back south as soon as I can. Many fires burning, my friend, Richard said with a smile. He accepted the new horse from Moreo, knowing his old one might not survive the journey ahead, and then made his way to the new castle. No sooner had he stepped through the door than Ser Willas joined him, directing him to the Lord Solar where Wyman was already waiting. Richard, it's good to see you, Wyman said as he and Willas took a seat. Within moments, Richard was once again. Richard was glad to be in the Manderleys' company. His mouth watered as he looked hungrily at the warm soups and other dishes laid out on the table. I thought you might be hungry, Wyman said with a smirk. As the three of them began to eat, Richard found the soup particularly appetizing. They chatted about anything except the reason for his visit while they enjoyed their meal. Wyman told him about his new maester, who he claimed was a better sort, and how they had found Theomore's journal. In return, Richard shared the success of Jon's plan and how they had managed to gather everyone together. Some journals had been recovered, and he carried the best of them with him. Theobald had kept extensive notes that he knew his king would want to read. Wyman asked about Jon, and Richard replied, if everything has gone as we expected, then by now, our king may be a dragon rider. He's really going up on a dragon? Willas said, shaking his head in disbelief. Aye, Richard confirmed. He says he can feel her, she's ready to fly, and that's what he intends to do. Wyman chuckled. I look forward to seeing that, Richard. A dragon may not be a horse, but I'll wager it won't make a difference to Jon. When do you wish to set off? Willas asked. Richard was relieved to have finished eating. Just the thought of heading to Bolton lands filled him with dread, which felt appropriate given their destination. Whenever you're ready, Willas. You look tired, Richard. Take a day or two to recover before you go. The weather's still mild, and a little extra time won't hurt. Given how you look, it'll help, Wyman suggested. Richard nodded in agreement. In the end, he stayed for 3 days. News had come in about their shipments being attacked in Essos, and he cursed the distance that separated them. The time it took to make plans felt far too long. He told an angry Wyman that he had sent a warning about the Magister's plans to the Lannisters, but by then, it was likely already too late. Speak to Kevin, Wyman. I'm sure the Lannisters feel as you do and aren't going to let this slide, Richard said, and Wyman nodded in agreement. I've been meaning to travel to Lannisport myself. Perhaps on your return, you'll have a guest with you when you leave White Harbor, Wyman suggested. I'd welcome the company, Richard replied, noticing the smile spreading across Wyman's face. I'm sure the girls would enjoy the visit, and who knows, maybe Jon will let me see the dragons, Wyman mused, seeming to convince himself further. I can actually see him flying on one, he added, and they both laughed. Setting off the next day, Richard wasn't surprised by the large escort Ser Willas brought along. The knight had confided in him that he wouldn't travel through Bolton lands without a substantial guard. Even a noble lord's son had much to fear from the flayed men. The journey through the lands was pleasant. The tents were warm, the food plentiful, and the company enjoyable. Still, he felt relieved when they stopped at Hornwood. Lord Halleys and his lady wife, Donella, were more than happy to host them. While Ser Willas conversed with the lord and lady, Richard did his best to remain polite but found himself speaking with the guards and men of Castle Hornwood. The real insight came when he spoke to a young girl working in the kitchen. "We don't go near the Bolton lands, me lord, never. Me ma says I'm not to ever travel that way," the girl, Cara, said. "Why not?" he asked. "Girls don't last long up there, me lord. The hounds get them," she whispered, fear evident in her eyes. Not wanting to upset her any further, he decided to leave it at that for the moment. "Here, for your trouble," he said, handing her a handful of coppers. The smile that blossomed on her face made the fearful look from earlier seem like a distant memory. He chatted with a couple of other girls and an older woman, all sharing similar tales, stories of hounds and hunts that made little sense. One girl who had. As they rode through the Bolton lands the next day, Richard recalled something he had heard about Roose Bolton's illegitimate son. He turned to Ser Willas and asked, "What can you tell me about him?" Roose has 2 boys. Domeric is squired in the Vale, and Ramsay, I believe, is the name of his bastard," Willas replied as they passed the Weeping Water. "Where does he live?" Richard inquired. "I don't think Roose lets him stay in the castle. He visits, but I've never met the lad myself." "I imagine he lives somewhere nearby," Willas said. The Dreadfort certainly lived up to its name. Roose Bolton seemed to belong to the shadowy fortress. His complexion was as pale as the dark stone walls, and aside from his eyes, the man was unremarkable. Those eyes, however, were an almost white hue, always watching, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Despite this unsettling presence, he welcomed them with an air of friendliness, graciously accepting the 2 casks of hippocras that Willas had procured. After the formalities of guest rites, they were led into the keep. Richard felt that the exterior's darkness was perfectly mirrored by the chill of the interior. The light was scarce, and shadows danced with each movement, creating an atmosphere of foreboding, whether by design or default. They entered the Great Hall, and Richard couldn't help but think it was the worst example of one he had ever seen. It was dark and smoky, and as he glanced around, he noticed what looked like skeletal hands gripping the torches. "I'm sure you'd like to settle in, and we will feast tonight. But your raven intrigued me, Ser Willas. And your friend's business, Ser Elaine, is it?" Roose said, his voice soft enough that Richard wondered if they would have heard him if they weren't standing right in front of him. "Just Elaine, my lord," Willas replied. Roose nodded, a barely perceptible movement of his head. "As you know, my lord, my father and Lord Jaime have a long-standing business arrangement. One that Elaine would like to extend to House Bolton, and one my father is eager to see flourish on your lands. And people benefit by it," Ser Willas said, glancing at Roose, who remained silent. "We find ourselves expanding even further into Essos, my lord, and we need more supplies. Your lands are fertile in timber and furs, are they not?" Roose turned his gaze to him. "And yet, it's only now you come to me?" he asked softly. "Indeed, other deals were negotiated for various reasons, my lord." "It was not a slight against House Bolton or yourself," Ser Willas replied, feeling uneasy under Roose's unwavering expression. "Even with our proximity to White Harbor, we're closer than Carhold or Last Hearth, and yet we're among the last to be invited to share in this bounty," Roose remarked. With anyone else, it would have sounded accusatory, but with the Leech Lord, it felt more like a simple observation. "You see, young Jon negotiated those deals himself, my lord. Had the Small Jon and the Karstarks not gone to the tourney, had you been able to travel to Winterfell for the wedding, then perhaps we could have included you earlier," Ser Willas explained, noting the slight nod Roose gave in response. "Indeed, circumstances beyond our control. Life is funny that way, Ser Willas. However, I welcome the opportunity to share in the deals now. The girls will show you to your rooms. I look forward to the feast tonight, Ser Willas, Elaine." The feast was more amicable, though with Roose, it was difficult to discern. He sipped his hippocras without laughter or smiles throughout the evening. Richard noticed how the servants, especially the women, moved about as if afraid that any small misstep might incur Roos's displeasure. The atmosphere of the place seemed to reflect its ominous name more and more. He overheard hushed whispers about Ramsay's impending arrival, and he could see the girls shiver at the thought. While he didn't formally meet the boy, he caught sight of him, and it was evident that Ramsay was Roos's bastard. The fear the girls exhibited in his presence only added to the oppressive atmosphere. Richard observed the boy during their few days at the residence, noting how he licked his lips while eyeing the prettier girls and how much time he spent in the kennels. It was hard to ignore the strange man who followed him, a figure that seemed to unnerve the servants just as much as Ramsay did. Even if you didn't see the man, you could certainly smell him, and every time he drew near, Richard felt a wave of nausea wash over him. By the time he departed, he had come to two grim conclusions. The missing girls he had sent to the Boltons were dead, and it was likely that Ramsay had a hand in their fate. Upon returning to White Harbor, Richard shared his concerns with Wyman and Willas. As they traveled south on the ship, he began to devise a plan. The Boltons posed a significant problem that needed addressing immediately, but only a fool would leave Roose Bolton in power for too long, and his king was no fool. High Heart, 296 AC, Jon soared through the skies on Rhaenix, relishing the experience of flying over land rather than the sea. His sister had previously flown along the coast but had not ventured inland, so she was eager to explore these new places and the castles she had never seen before. They glided over Sarsfield and the Golden Tooth, seeking refuge in caves nestled in the mountains. As they reached the Riverlands, Jon sensed her growing hunger. To help her, he warged into an eagle, searching for her prey. He knew they were taking a risk by descending from the sky, as the lands appeared deserted, but he was aware that people were scattered throughout. Rhaenix needed to feed, and the aurochs would make a welcome meal. Despite it being far from their original destination, Jon urged her to fly toward the herd. Rhaenix quickened her pace, and soon they spotted the aurochs in the distance. He didn't need to instruct her to unleash her flames. As they landed, the aurochs remained unaware of the impending danger. The trees surrounding the fire were scorched, and it was clear that questions would soon arise. "Eat, sister, eat, and then we'll find somewhere to rest," Jon said softly as he and Arthur walked to stretch their legs. "How are we fixed for water, Arthur?" "We're good. We can fill up just to be sure. We flew over High Heart, you know," Arthur replied. Jon nodded, feeling the truth of it. "She was hungry," Jon added simply. "You could feel that?" Arthur asked as they moved toward the water, the Green Fork flowing slowly today. "I can feel a lot of things with her, even more since we flew. She can feel me too. It worries me what may happen if I'm hurt," Jon confessed, glancing at Arthur, who looked at him curiously. "You think she can be hurt too?" "I think it's hard for anyone to hurt her, but it's not so much the same for me." "She feels it, Arthur, feels my pain, whether it's from an injury or something else," he said, not needing to elaborate on the other types of pain he might experience. "So what do you intend to do about it?" Arthur asked. Jon smirked, sensing a hint of concern in his friend's voice, aware of how much Arthur might risk himself. Not that Jon believed he would, but others had different opinions. "The ingots, Arthur." "I think that's what they're for," Jon said as he bent down to fill his pouch, with Arthur doing the same. "I don't understand. I thought they were for weapons, more swords, but I think they're for armor, Arthur. I think they're meant to protect me, to protect us both," Jon explained, meeting Arthur's gaze. "We don't know how to have them worked, Jay." "I know, but we will. I'm sure of it." With their water pouches full and Rhaenix having eaten, Jon looked around for a place for them to stay. They might still have time to reach High Heart, but the sun was soon to rise. Unfortunately, the Riverlands didn't offer many caves, so he instead found a deserted field, far off the beaten path and overgrown. Climbing onto Rhaenix, they took to the sky. Though it provided little shelter, Jon felt the risk of discovery here was low. That day, he and Arthur slept against Rhaenix's scales, with his sister wrapped around them, her warmth shielding them from the chilly wind. He found himself dreaming of Nan and the stories she used to tell him as a boy. He remembered how he and Robb would huddle together during the scary tales or sit up eagerly for the ones that weren't. Initially, Arthur had refused to sleep on this journey, his Kingsguard duties keeping him alert. However, the weariness of Jon, Rhaenix, and Arthur himself soon changed that. "Are you ready?" Arthur asked after they had eaten, as dusk began to cloak them in darkness. "Aye," Jon replied. The flight felt fleeting, and as they approached the hill through Rhaenix's eyes, Jon was awed by the weirwood stumps. When they landed, they climbed down, and Jon immediately sensed Rhaenix's presence. Leaning against her, he tried to calm her down. After a brief argument with Arthur, he ventured alone through the ruins. He found her sitting by a fire, a stark contrast to Nan. This woman was small, barely taller than a dwarf, withered and gray, and she cackled as he settled down beside her, though her laughter was short-lived. "Hello, Maya," he greeted. She stopped, looked directly at him, and in an instant, she transformed. For a fleeting moment, she was a young, beautiful woman, her long dark hair and slim frame a stark contrast to the woman he had just met. Her sparkling eyes caught his attention as she shifted back into an older version of herself. While she didn't resemble Nan closely, the light in her eyes was strikingly familiar. "Long have I waited for the White Wolf, the Winter Dragon, the prince that was promised," Maya said as Jon took a seat. "You knew I would come?" he asked. "I waited for you, just as she did, and just as he does. Be careful when you go to him, Jon Snow. The gods have abandoned my brother, and he serves only himself now," she said, picking up a stick and tossing it into the fire. "Bloodraven?" Jon asked, though he already knew the answer. "1,000 eyes in one, yet here he can't see, and you he can't follow. Use that, Jon Snow. Use that and don't hesitate when the time comes. You know why I've come? You want to hear the truth about my Jenny, the tale I've never told," she replied sadly. "I do, if you can tell me." His voice was soft, and she smiled at him. "You will sing for me? Sing the song?" she asked hopefully. "I will. Life is strange, Jon Snow. Some things need to happen, some things are meant to happen, and some lives are meant to be lived, while others are not. You were not supposed to be Jaehaerys Targaryen, not supposed to be Rhaegar's son," she said, and he nodded. "I don't understand. Who was I supposed to be?" he asked, confusion etched on his face. She laughed, but it was a bitter sound, lacking any humor. "You were supposed to be Daeron," she said, leaving him even more puzzled. "Daeron? That's what my Jenny would have called you. She and Duncan would have named you for the young dragon. But fate finds a way, and there are things not even the gods can change." Jon looked at her, unable to find a lie in her expression, knowing she believed what she was saying. "What was to happen?" he asked. "My Jenny carried a babe that would have been near father. But fates conspired, maesters plotted, and my brother would not allow the child to be born. Even beyond the wall, Bryn Den had power and foresight, and the gods made a terrible mistake in granting him the opportunity to use it. They gave him a choice: suffer for his crimes or make amends. But Bryn Den was wallowing in grief and despair, in anger and hate, and they never saw that. Hubris, even the gods can be guilty of it, Jon Snow." "I see that you are not," she said. "I don't understand. If I was meant to be born to Prince Duncan's line, to Jenny's line, then how did I end up born to Rhaegar's? He lived, while my Jenny and her baby did not," she replied, sadness in her voice but no bitterness. "But the gods are powerful indeed. A dragon was sent, and away you were taken, held in its embrace until the time was right. Fire and blood was the call, Jon Snow, and fire and blood are the demands. He watched as tears fell from her eyes, feeling frozen, unable to help. All he could do was watch and wait. Suddenly, she reached over and took his hand, and in that moment, they were no longer sitting by the fire. They found themselves in the Red Keep, where he saw a dark-haired man dancing with a beautiful fair-haired girl adorned with flowers in her hair. Then, the scene shifted to a room where the same man and woman wept over the body of a young man, his dark hair nearly as long as Jon's own. Jon longed to reach out and close the young man's eyes. Before he could act, he was transported to a familiar room, the one where Rhaenys was born. He watched a woman cry out in pain as a baby was brought into the world. As she held the child in her arms, she closed her eyes and kissed the baby on the forehead. "My sweet babe," the woman murmured, and Jon felt the life slip from her even as he listened to the baby's cries. Now, he stood in the courtyard of the Red Keep. A boy, no more than 6, stood before him, facing a man in a white cloak. Although the man appeared younger than he remembered, Jon recognized him instantly. The man and the boy sparred, laughter echoing as the boy landed a hit, only to scowl when his sword was knocked from his hand. "What did I say, my prince?" the man asked. "Not to get cocky, Ser Barristan," the boy replied. Now let's try again." The scene shifted again, and they were at the wall. More men than Jon had ever seen lined up beneath it, facing an army of some sort in the distance. They stood poised, ready for whatever came next. In the distance, shadows cloaked their movements. Jon could see the fear etched on the faces of the men, their despair palpable. Then, cheers erupted as a dragon soared overhead, her white scales and blue wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Hail to the prince! Hail to Prince Daeron!" When Jon felt her hand slip away, he turned to see her standing before the fire, gazing down at him. As he attempted to rise, she placed her hand on his shoulder, keeping him in place. "My family was blessed with the sight, and we understood we had a role to play. I believed mine was to witness the prince's birth, and in a way, it was, just not how I would have wished. Forgive me, Jon Snow, for I hold no ill will toward you, but I would be lying if I said I didn't wish you were someone else." She looked at him intently. "I understand." "There's nothing to forgive," he replied, his voice filled with sympathy for the loss she had endured. "Is there not?" she asked, shaking her head. "When I first entered the court with my Jenny, it was under a prophecy that changed the fate of a house, though I didn't realize it then. Do you know why your grandfather married your grandmother, Jon Snow?" "I thought my great-grandfather decided it," he said, assuming that was the case. He did, but I played my part. I was sent with words, with a prophecy, one that turned out to be true, though I didn't know it at the time. The prince that was promised would come from the line of your grandfather and grandmother. That's what I told them, and I know now that it didn't come from the gods, but from my brother." "I don't understand." "You said Brynden." "Ha. The gods, the damned gods play their games through us all, Jon Snow, me, you, even Brynden. He sent me as a misdirection, a way to carve a path to you, though he was a fool, and a fool's errand never turns out how you expect." Jon stared at her, utterly confused. What she was saying made no sense. Bloodraven was his. The enemy had tried to prevent his birth, yet he had sent her to ensure he came into existence. "Our families have been linked for all time, Jon Snow, Starks, Blackwoods, Targaryens. Do you know who your great-great-grandmother was, the Stark?" she asked. Jon struggled to remember. His grandmother Liara was a Flint, his sister Arya was named after their mother, and his grandfather Ricard's mother was a Locke. But he couldn't quite place the name. Truth be told, he had delved much deeper into his Targaryen lineage than his Stark one. "Melandla Blackwood," she said, and suddenly it clicked. He felt he had known this all along, yet it had slipped from his mind, which was strange. "I knew that." "Why couldn't I remember?" he asked, confusion etched on his face. "You've learned much and still have more to discover." My time is nearly up, so listen closely. You were inevitable, always meant to be, and nothing or no one could stop your coming, not the maesters, not my brother, no one. The gods have need of you, Jon Snow, and they will test you. Do not falter, do not fear, and do what must be done. I will, he replied, his voice filled with determination. The old woman then sat down. Go to Summerhall, search among the ruins. Answers you will find, though to what questions, I cannot say. My time is at an end, and you owe me a song, she said with a smile. He nodded and sat down, gazing at her as he began to sing. High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts. The ones she had lost and the ones she had found. And the ones who had loved her the most. The ones who'd been gone for so very long. She couldn't remember their names. They spun her around on the damp old stones. Spun away all her sorrow and pain. And she never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. Never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. They danced through the day and into the night. Through the snow that swept through the hall. From winter to summer, then winter again. Till the walls did crumble and fall. And she never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave, she whispered. Never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. And she never wanted to leave, never wanted to leave. High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny would dance with her ghosts, those she had lost, those she had found, and the ones who had loved her the most. As he finished the song, he turned to the woman beside him, stunned to see that she had transformed into the young dark-haired girl she once was. She sat there with a smile on her face, her eyes closed. It took him a moment to realize that she was no longer with him. At some point during the song, she had passed away, and a wave of intense sadness washed over him. In another life, this woman would have been his great-grandmother. Walking back to Arthur, he recounted what had happened. Together, they searched for branches, stones, and twigs to build a pyre for her. Standing over her body, he spoke softly, addressing the old gods. Please reunite her with her family, her mother, her sister, and let her see her daughter once more. He climbed onto Rhaenix's back, and as they took to the sky, she faced the pyre. He closed his eyes and whispered, Dracarys. The flames engulfed the pyre, and soon, Maya Rivers was no more. Chapter 92, When People Run in Circles, It's a Very, Very Mad World. King's Landing, 296 AC. Cersei had fought with him the day he told her, and even more fiercely on the day he forced her to say goodbye to her precious boy. Yet, it was all for nothing. Her fat oaf of a husband had made up his mind, and so Joffrey was sent to Dragonstone with Stannis. To learn how to become a man, Robert had said, as if either of those two could teach her son better than she could. Once they returned, she sought out Jon Arryn, convinced that the Falcon could talk some sense into his former foster son. Surely even the foolish old man would see the folly in sending the future king away, but it had been no use. He too seemed to have lost all common sense. Were it not for Bernadette, she might not have realized their plans or even heard of them. Once she did, she knew she had to act. If they were serious about this, there was a chance they'd overlook Joffrey in favor of Tommen. If she wanted to position herself to gain revenge on those who had wronged her, she needed to move quickly. The problem was Tommen was a dullard, a weakling, and spending time with him felt like a chore. When he wasn't talking about his kittens, his latest one, which he had named Ser Wolf, it was the person he named it after who dominated his conversation. Jon is a true knight, isn't he, mother? I wish to be his squire when I'm older, mother. Just like Duncan Egg, mother. Where he had gotten that notion, she didn't know, but for some reason, he idolized Jon Snow. Whenever she tried to steer him in another direction, he would actually show some backbone. He would listen, but time and again, he went against her wishes. This created a problem for her. The more willful he became, the less he could be controlled. And if he were to become king, she needed to be the one in control. So, she changed her approach. She made it look as if she supported him, spoke positively about Jon Snow, and it seemed to please her son greatly. The experience had brought them closer, and although it annoyed her to admit it, she was pleased with the outcome. Myrcella was a different story. For reasons she couldn't quite grasp, she found herself disliking her daughter. There were moments when being around Myrcella became unbearable. Younger and more beautiful, the voice in her head would taunt. She tried to silence that voice, reminding herself that her daughter would never seek to replace her and could never be in a position to do so. Yet, it persisted, and as a result, she spent even less time with Myrcella than she had before Joff left. This created another dilemma. Tommen adored his sister, and they spent countless hours together. One night, as she lay in bed, she had a dream that shook her to her core. She found herself at a wedding, standing before a golden-haired, green-eyed young man who was marrying his mirror image. She had experienced similar dreams many times before. She and Jaime wed before her coronation, both of them ruling over the 7 kingdoms, with no one daring to speak against them. But this time, it wasn't her, nor was it Jaime. The green-eyed young man was her son, and the woman was her daughter. She watched as they exchanged vows, shared a kiss, and then saw Tommen crowned. Myrcella sat beside him on a matching throne, positioned next to the Iron Throne. Suddenly, a woman was brought in, dressed in rags, her hair tangled and her face dirty. Cersei looked on in horror, recognizing her own reflection. "Mother, what say you to these charges?" Tommen asked. "Why, mother, why?" Myrcella questioned. "Younger and more beautiful," Cersei exclaimed, her voice echoing in the dream. The next morning, she awoke in a cold sweat, jumping from her bed, equally distressed about the wine that had been cleared from her table as she was about the nightmare itself. Moving quickly into the next room, she poured herself a glass of wine and drank it down in haste. Then, pouring another, she walked over to the window. It was just a dream, a nightmare, something that couldn't come to pass. They were not Targaryens. While Cersei might have overlooked the law to be with Jaime, Robert despised the dragons even more than she did now. He would never allow himself to be associated with them, even the slightest mention of a connection would set him off. This was why he had refused his kinsman the role of Master of Whisperers, and why she knew he would never allow their children to marry each other. Despite her lingering fears, this thought provided her with some comfort. After a few more glasses of wine, she returned to bed, sleeping much more soundly. Your Grace, she felt herself being shaken awake the next morning. "What?" she asked grumpily. "It's afternoon, Your Grace," Bernadette replied. Cersei nodded and requested a bath to be drawn. Once she had bathed and dressed, she asked for food to be brought, feeling ready to face the day ahead. They were naming a new Kingsguard today, and she had spent the last moon working tirelessly to ensure her choice would be named. It had paid off, and she looked forward to the man's gratitude, as well as to him becoming her guard. Ser Justin Massey was the best choice from a bad selection, in her opinion. Jon Arryn had suggested an unattractive man from the Vale, while Robert's preference leaned toward an even uglier candidate from the Stormlands. This left her with little choice. She needed someone they could both agree on, so she picked a man from the Stormlands as well. "Your Grace, you look resplendent today," Bernadette said as they walked down the corridor. Cersei felt herself preen at that compliment. She knew she looked good, but aside from Bernadette, even her other servants rarely told her so. There was a time when she received compliments every day, when Tyget was alive, or when Davin was around, or even further back when she and Jaime were inseparable. Now, she only heard it when people were being polite, and that was just another reason she had pushed for Ser Justin's candidacy. The man was charming and relatively handsome. Ser Justin's eyes lit up when he looked at her. Cersei missed that feeling, the thrill of having a man under her control, a man who desired her. A man willing to be hers and to follow her wishes. She envisioned molding Ser Justin into that very man, and a small tingle of excitement danced in her stomach at the possibilities. As she entered the throne room, a smile spread across her face at the sight of him. Taking her seat, she appreciated the look he gave her. Yes, she could shape him into whatever she desired, she thought as the ceremony began. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone in 296 AC, Davos noticed that Stannis was in a foul mood. While that usually meant people kept their distance, for Davos, it meant he would have to help calm his lord. Understanding the source of Stannis' annoyance brought him some comfort. The prince had a talent for raising his ire. Davos had heard that on the journey to Dragonstone, the boy had whined and complained, refusing to ride a horse for more than an hour and spending most of the trip in the carriage. Davos could only imagine how much that, combined with the prince's reaction to his quarters on Dragonstone, must have irritated Stannis. Fortunately, Davos had been off sailing on the Black Betha during the argument and had missed the incident where Stannis slapped the prince. Still, he wished he could have witnessed Stannis' reaction to the threat of losing his hand over it or seen the Kingsguard step back at the sight of Stannis' knight. But this situation was worse, much worse. As he made his way to the Lord Solar, he braced himself for both being scolded and possibly dismissed from his service. Though he hadn't slapped the prince himself, he felt he had already lost enough of his hand after berating the boy. He also knew that it would be the prince's tale that Stannis, and worse, Celis, would hear first. "Is Lord Stannis within?" he asked the guard, who nodded in response. Davos walked into the room to find Stannis standing at the window, staring out at the sea. Davos stood by the window, watching as his lord kept his hands clasped behind his back. From where he stood, he could hear the grinding of Stannis' teeth. The silence in the room was almost suffocating as he waited for Stannis to turn around. After what felt like an eternity, Stannis finally did, gesturing for him to take a seat. Davos braced himself for whatever punishment his lord deemed necessary. "Tell me what happened," Stannis said, his tone straightforward and unyielding. Just a day earlier, Davos had been in the tower with Shireen. Noticing her downcast mood, he had asked Stannis for permission to take her to Aegon's garden. The weather was beautiful, and he knew she longed to be outdoors. He also understood that Celis had kept her even more secluded due to the prince's arrival. When he told Shireen they could go outside, her smile lit up the room, and he felt warmth in his heart at the sight. In the garden, she played and shared stories about how Aegon had built the garden for himself and his sister wives, explaining that they must have come there to escape the pressures of court. On such a sunny day, Davos thought it was exactly what they needed. The scent of pine, the gentle breeze, and even the cranberries he picked and handed to Shireen all combined to create a peaceful distraction. "What have we here?" a voice called out. Both Davos and Shireen turned, and he immediately disliked the look on the prince's face, feeling a pang of concern for Shireen's hopeful expression. "Good morning, cousin," Shireen said, smiling. "Cousin? By the gods, you're my cousin." Joffrey sneered. "Come, my lady, perhaps it's best we head back inside." Davos observed the disappointment that washed over Shireen's face. "Of course, Ser Davos," she replied, rising to her feet. "That's right, Ser Davos. Take the freak inside." Something with a face like that shouldn't be seen in the light of day, she'd scare children and animals alike, Joffrey laughed, and Davos felt a deep anger rising within him. Tears glistened in Shireen's eyes. "You'd know all about being scared, wouldn't you? Didn't you wet your pants in Highgarden, all because of a big dog?" "What a brave prince you are," Davos remarked with a snort. "How dare you? I am your prince." Joffrey retorted, indignation boiling in his voice. "That didn't work out too well for you in Highgarden, did it? Claiming to be a prince while revealing your true nature to the entire realm? Brave and true, you're not. Did you cry, my prince? Did you cry when the dog came toward you?" Davos pressed. "I'll have your head," Joffrey shouted, his face flushed with rage. "I wish you good fortune, my prince. A coward like you will need it," Davos replied, reaching for Shireen's hand as he turned to leave for the keep. Ser Mandon. I demand you show this man what happens to those who speak to a prince that way. Joffrey's voice rose, and the knight stepped forward. Be sure to do it right, and then be sure to run, Ser Mandon. I'm not a fighting man, but I'm a well-liked one, and you are alone on this island, Davos warned, noticing the knight hesitate. And as for this prince, be careful whose orders you follow. The realm suffered a mad king once, do you really think they'll accept another? As Joffrey trembled with rage and the knight paused, Davos seized the moment. He and Shireen hurriedly left the garden. He knew he wasn't a brave man, and what he had done was reckless. He anticipated consequences, but he wouldn't let that boy hurt her, not if he could help it. He felt her hand grip his tightly, and as he led her to her room, he sensed her lingering distress. Once they arrived, he knelt down to meet her gaze. That boy showed his true colors in Highgarden, my lady. Picking on girls is all he's capable of. You are Lady Shireen, and you are worth 10 of him, he said, smiling as she wrapped her arms around him. Thank you, Ser Onion Knight, she whispered as she stepped into her room. Did you really say that to my daughter? Stannis asked, and Davos nodded. He did, my lord. I know what I said was above my station, and I. Davos was interrupted. Don't you dare apologize, Ser Davos. Come, I wish to show you something. Stannis led Davos down to the sparring yard, where the prince and his Kingsguard were already waiting. The prince held a sparring sword in his hand, and Davos almost laughed. He wasn't a fighter, but he had seen many, and the way the boy held the sword was downright embarrassing. Around the yard, knights, ladies, and almost the entire court of Dragonstone had gathered. Sitting proudly and waving at him was Shireen, though Celis quickly grabbed her hand to silence her. It's time you learned how to wield a sword properly, my prince, Stannis said. I've learned under Ser Barristan, uncle. I know how to wield a sword, Joffrey replied, trying to brush off the snickers from the crowd. You don't even know how to hold one, boy, Stannis said, earning stunned looks. Then, he picked up a sparring sword himself. Shall we? What followed was a painful exhibition of swordsmanship that went on for quite some time. Stannis was an accomplished swordsman. He might not have been Ser Barristan or Lord Jaime, but he was skilled. Prince Joffrey, however, was anything but. With every second blow, Stannis landed hits on the prince, his leg, shoulder, hand, and arm. By the end, Joffrey would be covered in bruises, though that didn't seem to bother Stannis as he continued to strike again and again. At one point, Joffrey simply dropped the sword. He whined and moaned, and Stannis's words must have cut deep. The Lord commanded him to pick up the sword or he would beat him without it. When Ser Mandon stepped forward, it was Stannis's glare and his stern words that forced the knight back. I've been tasked by the king to I will make a man of my son, and if it takes beating him every day, then so be it. He'll learn to wield that sword, Stannis declared. After the sparring session, Davos was asked to stay while Ser Mandon assisted the prince back to his chambers, the boy coming dangerously close to tears. Davos observed as Stannis nodded to Shireen, and once the yard was cleared and everyone had departed, his lord approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Ser Davos, Stannis said simply before walking away. There were no flowery words or empty platitudes, yet to Davos, it meant more than anything. In Essos, 296 AC, Jon Connington had sensed something was off as soon as they arrived. It troubled him that Aegon hadn't noticed, and he was concerned about the identity of the woman with them. Jon recognized that she was not Daenerys, and the presence of the hound led him to only one conclusion: the girl was someone else entirely. This realization prompted a cascade of questions. Why were they performing this charade? What were they trying to gain, and more importantly, what were they trying to hide? While Aegon attempted to ingratiate himself with his mummer aunt, Jon began to investigate what was truly happening. When he discovered the truth, he nearly fell to his knees. The dragons rested in what he believed to be Daenerys's chambers, 3 of them, 1 black, 1 green, and 1 gold. The eggs had hatched, and he almost cursed while simultaneously thanking the gods for Illyrio's foolishness. Sending Duck back to Haldon, Jon instructed him to search for a way to bring the dragons with them, to reclaim them from the person who had stolen them, and to return them to Rhaegar's rightful heir. As he plotted this, Jon also devised a plan to retrieve the dragons directly from the temple itself. He knew that obtaining Aegon would be just as challenging, as he was infatuated with the woman he believed to be his aunt. "What did Haldon say?" Jon asked. "He said if we douse the meat will help us put them to sleep long enough to take them," Duck said. "We need horses," Jon replied. "Once we leave here, they'll be after us. The shy maid must be ready to set off the moment we board." "When?" Duck asked. "The day after tomorrow," Jon said. Duck nodded, recalling how close he had come to ruining everything when the girl had seen him, especially after his argument with Aegon. His king was so infatuated with the woman he believed to be his aunt that Jon thought he might need to knock him out, along with the dragons. Thankfully, nothing came of the former, but when he gave Duck the nod, fortune smiled upon him with the latter. The mummery had ended, the princess had shown her true colors. Jon realized then why they had played their little game. She was refusing to accept the truth, not because it was the truth, but because she wanted to usurp her nephew's claim. Daenerys wasn't interested in sharing the throne, she wanted it for herself and was willing to lie about Aegon to achieve it. "Why do they lie so, Jon?" Aegon asked as they hurried from the temple. "They wish to steal your throne, my king." "Please, we must hurry," Jon urged. "You think I fear them?" Aegon stopped in the street, defiance in his eyes. "I think we're outnumbered. Besides, once I realized their game, I started my own." "Please, my king, we must go." Aegon said nothing, but he followed Jon. When they reached Duck and the horses, Aegon spotted a basket tied to one of them. "You got them?" he asked, a hint of happiness in his voice. "Only one. It was all I could carry. I was heading back for the others," Duck admitted, looking somewhat embarrassed. "No, we must go, and we must go now," Jon insisted. "One? One what?" Aegon asked, confusion creasing his brow. "Come, my king. I'll explain it all when we're far from here." Making it back to the shy maid, Yandri quickly set off, and Jon directed Duck to take the basket to Haldon's room, knowing the maester was the best man for the task. Jon knew he had to deal with the situation for now. He felt a twinge of annoyance that they hadn't managed to secure all 3, but one would have to suffice for the moment. Aegon was demanding to know what was happening, reluctantly accepting the need to wait. Jon took a bow and positioned himself on deck, ready for anything, especially if the hound showed up. Fortunately, they managed to slip away without being followed, sailing on the Valina for days. Once Jon felt it was safe, he spoke with Haldon, who informed him that the dragon was angry but controllable. Jon was relieved, the thought of an uncontrollable dragon was too daunting to consider. He made his way to Aegon's quarters and shared everything with him, the doubts he had about the princess's intentions and the plans he had started to formulate just in case. "Yet you didn't tell me." "You let me play the fool," Aegon said, his voice tinged with anger. "I needed them to believe in my king," Jon replied. "The prize I sought was far too precious to your future for them not to. So forgive me my deception, your grace. Allow me to show you the reason behind it." Jon could see that Aegon hadn't completely forgiven him, but he knew what he was about to reveal would change that. He walked into the room and unveiled the covered cage. With a nod from Haldon, he pulled the cover away. As Aegon gazed at the cage, Jon's eyes were drawn to his silver prince. The sheer joy on Aegon's face stirred something deep within him, a feeling he hadn't experienced in many years. "That's a dragon, Jon," Aegon said, reaching out to touch it. "Now, my king, that's your dragon," Jon replied, and Aegon turned to him, a smile breaking across his face. But then, Aegon yelped in pain. "Aegon?" Jon asked, concern creeping into his voice. "He bit me," Aegon said, blood dripping from his finger. "Let me see, my king. Is it bad?" Haldon asked, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it wasn't too serious. "Why did he bite me?" Aegon inquired, confusion etched on his face. "He's a dragon, my king. He needs to be taught," Haldon said, and Aegon nodded. Over the next few weeks, they had to put the dragon to sleep more than once. Haldon, Aegon, and Jon himself had come dangerously close to being burned by Balerion, as Aegon had named the dragon. When Aegon had first heard there was a black dragon, he felt a surge of excitement. The black dread sounded far more appealing to him than a golden one. However, Jon believed a golden dragon leading the Golden Company would be a far better idea than a black one. They would serve the Targaryens now, not the Blackfires, and he felt the visual impact would be much stronger. Haldon mentioned they would need Illyrio to find more books than he had. Something was missing, some way for Aegon to truly claim the dragon as his own. When Aegon complained, the half-maester reminded him that dragons hadn't roamed the world for over 100 years. No one knew how to control them. "My aunt must have," Aegon suggested. "Or she faces the same problems as we do, my king." "She had them locked up," Haldon replied, and Aegon nodded in agreement. When he felt it was safe enough, Aegon had Yandri take the shy maid back to Goyandro. Haldon was right, they needed more books and more knowledge on raising a dragon. They had to continuously replace its cage and drug it, and Aegon worried about the effects. The dragon was growing, much bigger, and soon he doubted they would be able to keep it caged at all. At night, he found himself dreaming of his king riding a dragon, leading an army. Yet every morning, he would wake up and ask himself the same question. Why is Aegon's dragon white? He would murmur softly, shaking off the thought for the rest of the day. Dorne, 296 AC, Doran. Ruling was becoming less enjoyable for him these days. He preferred the bigger picture, charting Dorne's course, rather than settling petty disputes or organizing trade deals. Those responsibilities he usually left to his daughter. Her letter. He was intrigued, pleased that she would be spending more time in the West. If she was enjoying herself there, their plans must be moving forward. She must be getting closer to the boy, which meant he was one step closer to seeing his blood on the throne. Viserys was a backup, wherever the boy was, that was his focus, despite what Oberyn said about the fat magister or the boy's own temperament. His brother never seemed to see the long game or the possibilities. All he needed was for the boy to bring him to the throne. Once Arianne had an heir, then Viserys would become expendable. Daenerys was another backup, but both Quentyn's failure and his own lack of information posed a problem. Still, he could support Jaehaerys for the right price, and that would be the easiest path to the throne. His backing, along with his dragons, gave him options that the others just couldn't compete with, but the price had to be met, there could be no support without it. "Are you well, my prince?" Aeryo asked from behind him. "I am. I feel better, my friend. My gout pains me less," he replied, and Aeryo smiled. "I am glad to hear it, my prince." It really was true. Ever since Caliot's death, things had improved. He was still confined to the chair, but each day the pain receded, and he welcomed the increasing movement. Miles seemed to think he might recover fully in time, but that was the folly of youth. He knew he wouldn't fully recover and was instead grateful for any improvement he could make. He sat waiting for Quentyn to arrive. His son would be the Prince of Dorne one day and needed to be seen doing what was necessary. Instead, it was Oberyn who arrived, his brother proving himself time and again during Arianne's time in the West. While Oberyn, like him, hated the daily grind of ruling, his brother's mere presence allowed for a different option to emerge. A dispute that seemed to be turning violent quickly became more manageable with Oberyn there. Another letter from my niece, brother, Oberyn said. He handed Oberyn Arianne's note. What does it say? He asked. Oberyn laughed. As if I'd read it before you. For shame, brother, to think so little of me. For shame, brother, to think I don't know you so well, he replied, and Oberyn chuckled a little louder. He opened the note, feeling pleased by what he read. Arianne and Jon had gotten along well, spending time together. She'd even gone riding with him, and he smiled at that, especially when he read the final part. She had met her cousin and, like Oberyn, she knew that the dragon was Rhaenys, that she lived once again. It's good news, isn't it? Oberyn asked. Very good. It's nice to see them getting along so well, and though I never doubted you, brother, it's reassuring to hear about Rhaenys too. It is, Oberyn replied, a soft, fond smile on his face. Quentyn arrived that day and sat in on court with him. However, he felt disappointed when he later questioned his son about some of the decisions he had made. Whether it was inexperience or something worse, he couldn't tell, but he disliked how little Quentyn seemed to grasp the intricacies of politics. He advised his son to spend more time with Miles and with Oberyn. Quentyn needed to learn more, especially if he was to become prince one day. Over the next few days, he alternated between court, making sure Quentyn followed his instructions, and reading missives. His own spies were nowhere near as skilled as Varys's had been, but they were present, and he had tasked them with specific duties. Key among them was to gather as much information as possible about the Fat Magister. He needed to know whether he would be a future ally or a potential problem. You look troubled, my prince, Miles said one day as he examined him. Just the normal troubles of being a prince, maester. How is Quentyn coming along? Miles sighed. He's not turning up, my prince. Miles nodded as he finished his task. Once the maester was done, he sent for Quentyn and sat there, stewing in his thoughts while he waited. He had learned little about the Magister, aside from the fact that the man was tugging on the lion's tail and ingratiating himself with the stag, and even more so, the falcon. The Magister remained a mystery, and that alone made him hesitant to reach out for now. The man's ultimate intentions were completely unknown. Father, you sent for me? Quentyn said as he stepped into the room. Sit, he replied curtly. Father? Quentyn asked, noticing the annoyance etched on his father's face. I told you to take lessons with Miles. I ordered you to, and what have you done? Father, No, you will attend those lessons, and each night you will come to me and tell me what you've learned. It's time for you to grow up, Quentyn. I have plans for you, important plans. Do not let me down again, or I'll shift those plans to your brother. Quentyn nodded. Yes, father. Good. I do this for you, son. I ask you to trust me, the reward will be worth it. He smiled as Quentyn nodded in agreement. The prize would indeed be worth it. Quentyn could either sit on the throne of Dorne or the one in King's Landing. Even if Arianne couldn't charm her cousin, there were other ways to ensure his desires came to fruition. The rose could be easily dealt with, removed from the board, leaving Jon Snow with no choice but to marry his daughter. If necessary, the boy could be removed as well. Even if that proved difficult, there were still options. The most pleasing aspect of his daughter's letter was the revelation that the dragon truly was his niece. In the end, blood would prevail, and Rhaenys would never turn against Dorne. Without the dragon, Jon Snow would rely on men, and men were far easier to manipulate. Stretching his fingers, he reached out and poured himself a glass of wine, grateful for the simple pleasure. The simplicity of the action felt almost surreal, something that had eluded him just months before. Taking a sip of the wine, he smiled. For 13 years, he had waited, and now he sensed that the day was drawing near. The image was vivid in his mind, his blood ruling on the Iron Throne once again. Winterfell, 296 AC, Ned. He had come dangerously close to breaking his marriage vows. His discussions with Luwin and even with Elle herself hadn't quite convinced him that it was the right thing to do. His heart and mind, along with the moments he had shared with Elle, revealed the truth of what he desired. Yet, something else had held him back from fully pursuing it, the very thing that had hindered him throughout his life: honor. They had kissed more than once and spent time together. He knew that she both accepted and was frustrated by his hesitation to take things further. The fact that she had agreed to stay on and act as Lady of Winterfell in all but name was a concession she had made. Their conversation had revealed her father's intent. "I intend to make her my wife, my lord, not my mistress," Ned said to Medgar. "You will seek the crown's right to dissolve your marriage?" Medgar asked. "The letters have been sent to Catelyn, to the High Septon, and to the king," Ned replied. "And I have your oath that her honor will not be besmirched?" Medgar inquired. "I swear it on the old gods and the new, my lord." "Then you have my blessing, Ned," Medgar said with a smile. "I thank you." That conversation had taken place weeks ago, and the letters were sent. However, he had not yet spoken of it to the children. He needed to receive the replies first, the answers to his requests, although he already knew what two of them would say. Convincing himself to send the letters had been easy. Once they were dispatched, he realized his intent was to inform rather than to ask for permission. Luwin had checked the books and the laws of the North. Marrying under the old gods was his right, something he and Catelyn had not allowed him with Elle. Legally, he could. He wished he had named Robb his heir, just as Meege had done with her children, something he regretted not doing for Jon many years ago. He felt somewhat compelled to take action, influenced by Lya and the events in the Godswood, as well as the letters from Meege and Ser Brynden. "Lord Stark, I shall arrive within the moon to take Arya to Bear Island. I look forward to seeing you and your family." That was from Lady Meege Mormont. The letter from Brynden followed closely behind, and knowing it was time to say his goodbyes had truly pushed him to act. Since then, he had spent much more time with the children, sparring with them both. Arya enjoyed it immensely, while Bran, accustomed to it by now, also relished the moments they shared. As the days passed, it became increasingly difficult. Family dinners, which had once been joyful, felt heavier for him. Arya and Bran noticed the change, and once again, it was Elle who seemed to know just what to say to lift their spirits. Each night, as he left her room, he would thank her, both of them wishing he could stay, yet knowing that he couldn't, not yet, at least. "Father, father, the Blackfish is here," Bran exclaimed one morning as he sat in his solar. "Is he now? Maybe we should send him away and tell him that my son should stay with me. What do you say, Bran?" Ned teased, and Bran shot him a glare before noticing the smile on his father's face. Ned got up and ruffled Bran's hair, and together they walked to welcome the Blackfish to Winterfell. Ned felt pleased to see he had brought a dozen men with him. "Ned, it's good to see you again," the Blackfish said as he greeted him. "You too, Brynden." "I hadn't expected you for a few more weeks," Ned replied. "We made good time on the road. Now, where's my grandnephew and future squire?" The Blackfish asked, scanning the room as if searching for Bran, who was standing right in front of him. "Here I am, uncle," Bran said, and the Blackfish looked down at him. I didn't recognize you, lad. You've grown so big. Looking forward to our travels?" "Aye, uncle. Very much so." "Good lad. We'll be leaving in a few days, so make sure you say your goodbyes." "I will, uncle. Remember, it's Ser Brynden when we're in public, lad." "You're a squire now," the Blackfish said, and the smile on Bran's face was the truest he'd ever seen. "Ser Brynden," Bran said, standing stiffly. "Good lad." The 3 days that Brynden stayed seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. As the household lined up to say goodbye to his son, Ned glanced over to see Lya bidding farewell to Summer. The smile that had crept onto his face quickly faded as he watched Arya say her own goodbyes to Bran. With Sansa and Robb gone, the remaining children had grown closer, reminding him a bit of Lyanna and Benjen in their youth. He could see how difficult it was for them to part ways. His own farewell was just as hard moments later. He knelt down, feeling his son's embrace as he wrapped his arms around him, wishing him well. "I'll make you proud of me, father," Bran said softly. "I am proud of you, son. Don't you forget that. I love you, and I'll miss you." "I'll miss you too, father," Bran replied, and all too quickly, he was gone. As he had suspected, Arya took it hard. He felt a sense of relief when Midge arrived soon after. The moment Arya saw Lyanna Mormont, it was as if all her gloom melted away, replaced by joy. The two girls became inseparable over the next few days, and Ned was grateful that Midge stayed longer than the Blackfish had. Not only did it give him more time with his daughter, but it also allowed him to speak with Midge about the North. "How many people are living in Wintertown now?" she asked. "A little over 6,000, with more arriving every day," he said proudly, the town's improvements clear for all to see. "Wyman started on the roads," she noted, and he nodded in agreement. The Raven had arrived to announce that the work had begun. Galbard is going to start soon too, and I'm supposed to travel to Moat Cailin with Luwin to decide what to do next," Ned said. "Do you have a lord in mind?" Midge asked. "When it's done, I was thinking one of Ricard's boys," he replied, and she nodded in agreement. "He'll be pleased with that." "I would have suggested Ser Wendell if we could take him from the sea," she added, and he acknowledged that he had considered that option as well. "How's the keep coming along, Midge?" "It'll take about a year to be properly habitable, and a few more years for it to be finished," she explained. "And the trade?" "It's incredible, Ned. You should see the benefits reflected in your tax increase," she laughed, before her expression turned serious. "Have you heard about Essos? A note from Wyman says the Lannisters are handling it, according to Ser Richard." "And Jon?" she inquired. "Here, read this," he smirked, opening a drawer and handing her the letter. "By the gods," she exclaimed, swallowing down her ale. It's a new world, Midge, a world of a king who rides dragons." As he thought about saying goodbye to Winterfell on his journey to the Vale, he recalled the letter that had informed him about the events in King's Landing. He remembered seeing his sister lying in the bed in the Tower of Joy, and now, he faced the painful farewell with his youngest daughter. These moments were as close as Ned had ever come to crying in public. They were the only times he felt he might lose his composure and let the world see his tears. Holding Arya in his arms as she sobbed against him, he wiped the tears from her eyes and watched her struggle to smile as he spoke. The emotional toll drained him, so much so that after she left, he realized he had forgotten to give her the gift he had prepared. He and his guards mounted their horses and raced after her. When they caught up, he noticed Midge looking at him nervously, worried that something was wrong. "Forgive me, Midge. I forgot to give Arya something," he said. "There's nothing to forgive, Ned." "Arya. Your father wishes to speak to you," Midge called out, and Arya rode over to him. "In all the excitement, I forgot to give you a gift," he said, smiling at her. "A gift for me, father?" she asked, her eyes wide with excitement. He replied, handing her a small knife. "This belonged to your great-grandmother, your namesake, Arya Flint. She, like you, was fierce. I have no doubt it will serve you just as well as it did her." "Thank you, father." "It's so pretty," Arya exclaimed. He laughed at her delight. His daughter thinking a knife was pretty showed that not only was the gift right, but the decision to let her foster with the Mormonts was too. "Write to me often, Arya," he said, and she nodded. As he watched her ride over the hills, he felt the sadness begin to lift. His father had failed his children. Brandon and Lyanna had been forced into roles that led to their demise. Benjen had blamed himself for things beyond his control, and as for him, he had forgotten he was a wolf, so desperate was he to be someone else. Whatever happened, he had done better for his children. They were happy, content, and would live their lives as they should. Riding back to Winterfell, he realized it was time for him to do the same. Whatever the answers to the letters he had sent, it didn't matter. He too had a chance to be happy, and for the first time in his life, honor would not stand in his way. In the Vale, in the year 296 AC, Domeric Bolton had enjoyed the tourney, even if he hadn't lasted long, having fallen in the first round and skipped the melee. He was surprised to see the North so well represented, which surprised both him and the lords he traveled with. Lord Jon, in particular, was shocked that Lord Stark had attended, though it made sense once he learned that his daughter was fostered there. But for Domeric, it was Jon Snow who truly captured his attention. The young lad was known even in the Vale, someone Michael sang the praises of, though not in Harry's presence. The stories he had heard from Harry. As Michael had revealed the truth about the tournament in King's Landing much later, Domeric had been eager to see Jon Snow compete. He listened intently as Michael made plans to try to defeat Jon. What intrigued Domeric most was that Michael felt he needed numbers to beat Jon Snow. Just how good was this boy, he wondered. The answer became clear: Jon was far too good for Michael's plans and far too good for Domeric to provoke. So, he sought Jon out and was pleased to find not only that the lad seemed friendly but also that he appeared eager to speak. "You're Jon Snow?" Domeric asked, spotting the boy walking with 2 guards and a dire wolf, something he had heard about but had dismissed until he saw it for himself. "I am, Ser Domeric," Jon replied. "Please, call me Dom." "You were most impressive out there, Jon," he said with a smile. "I've been lucky, Dom. I've had excellent trainers, and Lord Loras and I have sparred daily," Jon responded, nodding. "Still, it's you who has to step out there and face the swords," Domeric pointed out. "How do you find life in the Vale?" "It's good. A much different experience from living in the North, as I'm sure your time in the West has shown," Jon replied. "Aye, much warmer," Domeric said with a chuckle. "For you, perhaps. The Vale can be cold too," Jon added. "Do you plan to head back north soon?" Jon asked, his curiosity evident. "In time. Another year or so, I'd wager," Domeric replied. "Perhaps you should take a trip to the west first, Dom. I think you'd enjoy Lannisport. And once you go back home, who knows when you'll get the chance again?" Jon suggested. I may just do that," Domeric agreed. "Should you decide to come, just ask any of the captains of the Pinnacle ships for transport. You could take the ship from Gulltown and reach the west much sooner than you would by horse. Just give them my name, Dom." "I look forward to seeing you," Jon said. You too, Jon." Domeric found it strange that he had been invited, but the conversation had sparked a sense of adventure within him. Domeric wasn't entirely sure if he would accept the invitation. It wasn't until he received a letter from his father, urging him to return soon, that he made up his mind. Apparently, they had been included in the trading agreement that most of the North seemed to be part of, and his father wanted him to oversee it. Between that and Jon Snow's invitation, he found himself increasingly drawn to Lannisport. Hearing some complaints from the Lord of the Vale during Ysilla Royce's name day celebrations only solidified his decision. They were paying far more in the Vale than other regions, with the lords lamenting whatever had displeased the Lannisters. This made Domeric wonder if it was somehow connected to Jon Snow or to the actions of Harry and his friends. "You're quiet tonight, Domeric," Ysilla said as she took a seat beside him. "Am I?" he replied with a chuckle. "You are." "I had hoped for a song," she pouted. "Then, my lady, I shall play you one," he said, heading back to his room for his harp. On his way, he passed Michael and Maya, who were tucked away in a corner, out of Lord Horton's sight. He felt sorry for his friend, almost as sorry as he felt for himself, knowing that neither of them would have any say in whom they should wed. He knew Ysilla fancied herself half in love with him, but that was mostly because he played the harp. Besides, she wasn't the Royce he himself admired. Not that his father would ever allow him to marry outside the north. Domeric was well aware of his father's plans for him. He had met Alice once, many years ago, when she was just a girl. What she had grown up to be, he had no idea, but he knew his father sought to unite their houses. Strategically, it was the best match, and his father was nothing if not a man who thought in those terms. "What are you going to play?" he heard the playful voice ask as he walked back to the hall. "Something soft and romantic to stir a young girl's heart," he replied with a grin. "Heart," he said with a smile. "And what of a girl whose heart is stirred by something else?" Miranda asked, licking her lips. "Perhaps my lady can think of a way for my fingers to be put to better use," he flirted back, noticing the smile on Miranda's face broaden. "I'm sure I can," she replied. Though he would be sad to leave the Vale, he looked forward to traveling west. Yet, the thought of leaving her behind, knowing he might never see her again, filled him with a deeper sorrow as he walked back into the hall. This melancholy was reflected in his playing, as he noticed more than a few tears in the audience. When he glanced at Miranda, he was surprised to see her wiping her eyes with the pink handkerchief he had given her, and just seeing his gift in her hands made him feel even sadder. Essos, 296 AC, Kinvara found saying goodbye to the princess hard. Sending her on her way was even more difficult, as she felt it was to the west, not the east, where the princess should be sent. Her god, however, disagreed, and it was to him that she owed her allegiance first and foremost. The princess's journey was not the prince's, and their time to meet was not yet. Why her god asked her to do half the things he did, she couldn't understand. She couldn't see the plan at work or what it meant, but she had faith that there was one. That was why she had sent Arthur to gather those things many years before, why she had said goodbye to Melisandre, and why she had been happy to see her friend travel to meet the prince. It also explained why she had done nothing when the griffin found the dragons and why she had performed the mummery as she did. Now, standing with Banero and Makoro in front of the flames, she held the real cloth in her hands and prepared to throw it into the fire. Sleight of hand wasn't new to her, nor to any of those who served R'hllor. Sometimes it was necessary to protect oneself, while other times it was used to confuse. Miranda had never felt quite right using her powers to deceive others. This time was different. She was compelled to make the princess believe what R'hllor wanted her to believe. Without hesitation, she wiped the blood and switched the cloths just as she had been instructed. "The time is now," Banero said. Miranda nodded, then tossed the blood-stained cloth into the fire. The flames leaped high, and though the light was dimmer than when she had used the princess's blood, it still shone brightly. They looked on, eager to find the answers their god dared to reveal. Before them, the princess transformed from a girl into a woman, and the prince grew from a boy into a man. Beside them stood another figure. At first, Miranda thought it was a child, but soon realized it was a dwarf. All three wore black and red, standing alongside dragons, a black, a bronze, and a white. In the sky, two more dragons soared, a green and a gold, both with riders on their backs. Miranda strained to make out their features, but then the images shifted, and she sensed the unease that gripped everyone present. A vast field of ice stretched out before them, and an army moved across it, men, women, giants, and beasts, as far as the eye could see. They advanced, their blue eyes and ice-covered skin glinting in the light, and suddenly, the flames engulfed them. Dragons swooped in from all sides, and the white dragon soared toward the back of the advancing army. The vision changed again, revealing a kraken thrashing in the sea, a cloth dragon engulfed in flames, a snake impaled on a spear, a lion roaring, and black birds filling the sky. Beneath them, a white wolf struggled to break free. An army of gold marched forward, a city burned in the distance, and a woman's anguished cry echoed through the air. The images cascaded so quickly that Miranda struggled to comprehend them. Finally, she caught sight of a white tree with red leaves, and laughter rang out loudly in her ears. When it was over, she turned to Banero and Makoro, seeing them deep in conversation, wondering if they had witnessed the same unsettling visions she had. Miranda soon discovered that Bonero and Mokoro had not shared her unsettling visions. They sat around the fire all night, discussing what they had seen. It quickly became clear to her that they were on different paths, though she wouldn't fully understand hers until many days later. As she sat by the fire, the realization struck her, prompting her to leave the very next morning. She had a long journey ahead and hoped he would be there when she arrived, that she could reach him in time. Her path would take her further than she ever dared to venture, and she hoped the cold wouldn't be as harsh as she feared. She longed to return to R'hlloreth's warm embrace soon. In a different place and time, in 296 AC, Illyrio contemplated the situation with the Golden Company. Despite their agreement not to involve themselves in his plans, he accepted that this was not work for them. He wasn't entirely comfortable dealing with Hoat, but Hoat had fulfilled his request, even if he had created a far larger mess than Illyrio had anticipated. Paying Hoat, even after he had received a good sum for the stolen goods, bothered Illyrio, but he did it anyway. "Will you be needing me for more work soon?" Hoat asked, his lisp as annoying as ever. "No, for now, this should be enough," Illyrio replied. "Then maybe I'll just have to go into business for myself," Hoat said, and Illyrio shrugged, indifferent to the idea. "There could be some repercussions for your actions," Illyrio warned. Hoat laughed. "What do I care for repercussions with the Iron Bank on my side?" "Just warning you," Illyrio replied, and Hoat nodded. He was relieved to be done with the man, the mummery finally over. If they managed to catch up with the brave companions, the lions would direct their anger at the Iron Bank instead of him. That suited him just fine. He knew all too well the lions' ferocity and wasn't ready to face them head-on. He needed them bloodied and weakened before he could move in for the kill, and there was plenty of time for that. "Where is the prince?" he asked his steward. The man led the way to the prince's room. "In here, master," the steward said, nodding as the Unsullied opened the door. Viserys had been heavily drugged, so much so that his mind was even more clouded than usual. Illyrio had instructed his men to spin tales about who he truly was. As he entered the room, he realized he was not speaking to Viserys Targaryen, he was talking to Aerys, and he knew the time was drawing near. "Where have you been, Lord Varys?" Viserys asked. "I've been off attending to your future subjects, my king, listening to the tales my little birds have brought me." "And what tales are they?" "That the kingdom awaits your return, your grace. They believe you died at the hands of the Kingslayer, as if a man could truly kill a dragon." He chuckled, and Viserys joined in. "Indeed, you did well, Lord Varys. But I tire of hiding in this place. My people need me, and the time for the dragon to return is at hand." "It is, my king." "And your enemies?" "Burn them, Lord Varys." "I shall burn them all," Viserys cackled loudly. "Of course, your grace." Leaving the laughing fool behind, Varys walked out of the room. It was almost time to put the finishing touches in place. The hair was long and straggly, and the nails had grown, but he still wasn't close enough. He needed Viserys to be madder, to fully believe he was Aerys reborn. That transformation would take more moons. Once that was achieved, and only then could he do what needed to be done. He was preparing to return to Westeros when the note arrived, and he could hardly believe his luck, a dragon. They had a dragon. The need for books on the subject was not a problem, but it meant he would travel to Pentos instead of King's Landing. A dragon changed everything. No army, not even the unblooded lions, could stand in their way now. "We sail to Pentos," he said to the others. The captain of the Bountiful Harvest gestured for the young blonde to follow him to his room. He was in the mood to celebrate, after all. Time had confused him for so long. Choices, decisions, paths taken and those not taken, all had left him feeling bewildered. The line between the reality he faced and the possible realities blurred together, leading him to make choices that were not in his best interest. So, he had gone away, hiding deep beneath the sea. Once there, he tried to follow a single pathway, a single stream. Where it had led him was strange and unlike any other. This time, he managed to complete the journey. In his travels, he had fallen along the way, sometimes sooner than others, but always falling. The biggest problem had been his pursuit of the unobtainable. He sought a way out. That was no longer possible, so he resolved to simply continue to exist. To live, and perhaps then he could still achieve his goals. After all, if he could survive the upcoming fight, if he focused on that, then anything was possible. How long? Bloodraven asked, and the child looked at him, almost stunned to hear him speak. Too long, she replied. How long? Almost 2 years. What did you see? She asked. The future, he said with a smirk. Chapter 93, A King is Born. Summerhall, 296 AC. Jon sat in silence, feeling the weight of the moment. They were less than a day away from Summerhall, and both he and Rhaenix were on edge. This was the place where everything had almost come to an end. So much had been lost here, yet it was also where his father was born. It was where Duncan the Tall had saved his grandmother, ensuring his father's arrival into the world. Amidst salt and smoke, his father had been brought into existence, and because of that, he believed himself to be the prince that was promised. Now, everyone seemed to think that title belonged to him. It was always meant to be him, and not even death, it seemed, could change that. Maya had shown him as much, and Rhaenys agreed. He had even seen the dragon soar over Summerhall. Was it true? Was he truly as inevitable as Maya claimed? And if so, was he worthy of it? Sitting beneath the bright sun, he pondered these questions, just as he had since Maya had spoken to him. What's on your mind, my king? Arthur asked, pulling him from his thoughts. What? Jon replied, shaking his head to clear it. There are moments when I look at you and see your mother, Jay, and others when you are your father's son. Right now, it's the latter. So speak, what's on your mind, my king? Maya, the things she showed me, the things she said, it's overwhelming. It's one thing to be told you're a prophesized prince, but it's another to see it, to be shown that you were almost meant to be. What did she show you? What do you know of Prince Duncan? Jon asked. The Prince of Dragonflies, Arthur chuckled. I know he married for love and gave up the throne for the woman he wished to be with. And? Jon pressed. That he and so many others lost their lives in Summerhall. He was supposed to be my grandfather, Jon said, and Arthur looked at him with a mix of confusion and surprise. How could that be? I don't know, Arthur, but his wife, Genna, was pregnant with the man who was meant to be my father, Daeron Targaryen. That name would have been mine as well. Jon's voice trailed off, heavy with sorrow. How could that be? Arthur asked, clearly confused. Jon replied, I had to be born when Prince Duncan was. When Genna died, they switched me. I don't know how, but they did. And you believe this? Arthur pressed. I was taken away in the embrace of a dragon and then returned. That's what she told me. I saw it, Arthur, with Rhaenys. I know how crazy it sounds, believe me, I do, but I saw it. Saw what? Arthur inquired. I saw the dragon over Summerhall, over the Red Keep, over Casterly Rock, and over the Tower of Joy. I saw a dragon being born. I was that dragon, Arthur. Rhaenys was, Tyrion was. Do you realize how that sounds? Arthur asked, and Jon let out a soft laugh. I realize more than you think. You think I don't wish I could ignore all of this? That I don't worry that I'm as mad as my grandfather was? Every day, I find myself worrying about it, thinking about it. Do you think I'm mad, Arthur? He asked, his eyes fixed on the night. I don't know, my king, Arthur answered, and Jon appreciated the honesty. "When you do figure it out, give me a shout." "I'd really like to know," Jon said as he got up and walked over to lie down, Arthur chuckling behind him. Yet, sleep was hard to find that day. Just speaking of what Maya had revealed left it playing on his mind. In both lives, he had lost his father and mother before he was born, almost as if that too was predestined. Prince Duncan had given up his throne for love, and while his father had hoped to keep his, hadn't he done the same thing in a way? Hadn't he basically thrown away what he was to become who he wished to be with who he wished to be with? Love is the bane of honor, the death of duty. What is honor compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms, or the memory of a brother's smile? Wind and words. Wind and words. We are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is our great glory and our great tragedy. The words echoed in Jon's mind, a woman's voice resonating within him. He wondered if it was his mother he had heard or Elia. The words felt strangely familiar. As he splashed water on his face by the small stream, he tried to recall where he had encountered them before. It didn't take long for him to resolve to ask Oberyn to bring him a copy of Elia's letter the next time they met. "Are you well, my king?" Arthur asked. "I am, just bad dreams, Arthur," Jon replied with a soft smile. "I was thinking, Prince Duncan, you should speak to Barristan about him," Arthur suggested, and Jon nodded in agreement. "I will." "Are you ready?" he asked. "I am." As night began to fall, Jon climbed onto Rhaenix's back, and their flight took only a few hours. Looking down at the keep, he smiled. It was exactly as he had seen it in his visions. Rhaenix seemed even happier as she gazed at the large open space below. She landed carefully, and as Jon and Arthur dismounted, he took in his surroundings. They stood in the heart of the castle grounds, what he imagined had once been the gods' wood, though it now lay empty. It did provide cover for Rhaenix, and as he approached her, he felt his sister's emotions threatening to spill over. "Ray?" he called softly. "I'm well, little brother, just tired." "I wish to rest," she replied, her voice softer than usual. "I'm here for you," he assured her, and she brushed against him. Moments later, her eyes closed, and she drifted off to sleep. Jon and Arthur began to wander through the remnants of the gods' wood. No trees had taken root here, and there was little grass, with very few flowers or plants. It was as if life had abandoned this place entirely. They ventured into the crumbling ruins, and suddenly, an image flashed in Jon's mind, a silver-haired man sitting alone, playing his harp, the stars shining brightly above him. "Arthur, did my father ever come here?" Jon asked, curiosity lacing his voice. "Alone, only alone, my king," Arthur said. Jon smiled at that. He understood the reluctance to share certain thoughts with others. They entered a large room, where scorch marks marred the floor, remnants of a fire not born of nature. The stone beneath them appeared almost melted, and Jon marveled at the immense heat that must have caused such destruction. Harrenhal's towers had been blackened by Balerian's flames, but here, the stone had taken on a glassy, colorless sheen. As they ventured further into the room, Jon felt as if he was walking among shadows. Each blink revealed glimpses of those who had traversed these halls before him, their whispers beckoning him closer. "Jay?" Arthur called, but Jon barely heard him. With his eyes closed, he listened to the distant music, the sounds of celebration, and the joyful voices, following them as they danced and moved about the room. He caught sight of his great-great-grandfather, Aegon the Unlikely, seated in a chair, while Duncan the Tall stood at his side. His grandmother conversed with a woman who could have been her, both heavily pregnant. Jon stepped closer as they began to move toward another room. He hurried after them, longing to catch up and speak, even though they were mere ghosts of the past. Upon entering the next room, he saw a pyre adorned with dragon eggs. Beneath it rested jars filled with a green liquid, yet his attention was drawn elsewhere. A man moved swiftly, spilling the green liquid around the room's edge. "Stop. What are you doing?" Jon shouted, and for a fleeting moment, the man and Prince Duncan turned to him. Then the fire ignited. Jon watched in horror as the man attempted to flee, his gray robe catching flames. Yet, compared to others, he was fortunate. Within the room, the green fire. The flames exploded around them. Prince Duncan grabbed his wife, but the fire was too quick, engulfing them before they could escape. He turned to see Aegon covered in flames and followed Duncan the Tall as he helped his grandmother out of the room. "You, lad, watch her. I need to go back in," Duncan called out. Jon stared at him, bewildered. "Are you crazy?" "Now, lad, there's not much time. Protect the princess," Duncan urged. Jon knelt beside his grandmother. "It will all be all right," he reassured her. She smiled weakly and reached out to touch his face. The innocence of youth. "Nothing will ever be the same after today," she said softly. "Do you need anything?" he asked, but she shook her head just before crying out in pain. More people gathered around them, and a woman knelt down, shouting for others to bring water and cloth. Jon realized then that the babe was coming, his father was being born. Was this it? Was this the answer he sought? He felt torn, a part of him urging him to stay while another insisted he go back inside. It was that latter part he listened to. As he walked through the flames, he felt no heat. Suddenly, he found himself in darkness. Looking around, he spotted something on the floor, the egg, shimmering softly. He reached out to touch it. The warmth was faint, but it was there. He turned and saw another egg, then another. Moving through the room, he discovered a chest and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Glancing up, he noticed the moon high in the sky, its light reflecting off the walls, and then everything faded to darkness once again. Jay? My king?" He opened his eyes to see Arthur looking at him, concern and relief etched across his face. Reaching out, Jon took Arthur's offered hand and stood up, finding himself back in the first room he had entered. Arthur regarded him warily, and his expression grew even more anxious as Jon began to run, through one room and another, until he finally stopped. There was a hole in the floor, barely large enough for someone to fit through, and yet he knew it was meant for him. "Down there, Arthur." "I need to go down there," he said. As he gazed into the darkness, he caught a glimpse of the egg's reflection. Essos, 296 AC. Dany remembered how the cages they had built for the dragons were more for their comfort than for confinement. Once they left Volantis and hit the road, she released them. Rhaegal and Aegon soared into the sky, reveling in their freedom, and soon Dany was laughing as they chased down a bird. Shireen seemed more subdued, and Sandor remained ever watchful. The road was empty, and they rode undisturbed. Dany had no idea where they were headed. Kinvara had given them only the vaguest directions, to head east. That was it. Nothing more needed to be said. As she studied the map Bonero had given them, Dany couldn't figure out where Aegon and Jon Connington might go. There were great cities and small towns in that direction, but the reasoning behind their journey east eluded her. Shireen also appeared uneasy, and despite her words, Dany sensed there was something weighing on her aunt's mind. She decided to wait for Shireen to bring it up herself, feeling she owed her that much. The dragons would occasionally come in to rest, even if they weren't fond of the cages. They accepted them, if only for a little while. "Here," Sandor said as they approached a small stream. "It's still early," Dany replied, unhappy about the stop. "We may not find another spot like this for a while. There'll be fish in the stream, so we and the dragons can eat," he explained. She nodded in agreement. Joining Sandor in the water, Dany watched as he expertly caught fish. How he managed it was beyond her. She tried to mimic him but ended up getting soaked. His laughter echoed around them, and she wasn't pleased when he splashed her intentionally. "Stop it." she exclaimed, wiping water from her face. Stop what? He asked with a smirk. You know what, you stupid fool. She shot back, only to be splashed again. Right, you asked for it. Come on, let's eat. I'm starving, Sandor said, eventually breaking their playful water fight that had lasted for the last half hour. You're always starving, you hungry, Dany started, but then she heard the warning tone in Shira's voice and both of them laughed as they carried the fish over to the fire. Dany found the meal almost as appetizing as the dragons did, with Aegon and Regal each devouring 2 fish. Sandor, the big hungry brute, managed to finish 2 as well, which made her giggle. The next morning, she woke to a breakfast of more fish, followed by a light sparring session with Sandor, nothing too strenuous, just enough to keep in shape. Once they finished and she had washed up, they were off again. The dragons were once again free to fly, and they seemed happier for it. Their journey felt endless. They encountered a few travelers on the road, but for the most part, they traveled alone. What surprised Dany was how much the dragons had grown and how they required less and less time to rest. The cages were no longer of any use to them. They had also moved on to larger prey, goats, sheep, ground hares. When they feasted on birds, one was no longer enough. Each night, she found herself wrapped up with Aegon, and she noticed Shireen doing the same. They would talk, hear each other chirp, and occasionally, Dany would hear a voice in her head. By the time they passed Mantaries, the dragons were the size of small horses. The flames they could produce were hotter and burned longer too. Dany had been looking forward to entering the town, thinking if Aegon and Jon Connington were anywhere out here, it would be there. No, we must move forward, Shireen insisted. Why? We could rest there. A nice bed and a bath. They could be in there, Aunt, Dany argued. If they are, then they're dead. Trust me, niece, we don't want to be seen here, especially not with dragons, Shireen replied firmly. Sandor? Dany asked, looking to him for support. He nodded. I think Shireen is right. It's best we move on then, she said, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she noticed the smile on her aunt's face. Since their time in Volantis, Dany had become more open to listening and following the advice of others. Sure, there were moments when she'd argue or have to bite her tongue, but she'd come to realize that others often knew more than she did. If Sandor warned her about danger, she took heed. And if Shireen spoke about a place with more experience than her own, she knew it was best not to argue. As they passed Mantaries, however, Dany felt a twinge of reluctance. The thought of a warm bath was incredibly tempting, and she sighed as the city slipped out of view. By the time they reached the ruins of Borash, they had been traveling for at least a couple of moons. Dany had lost track of the exact time they had spent out here, instead focusing on the fact that the dragons were now nearly as large as the horses they rode. Her hair had grown long enough that Sandor had stopped calling her a bald fool. Now, he teased her by referring to her as a fuzzy fool, delighting in ruffling her hair and getting on her nerves. Though she secretly enjoyed it at times, she would never admit that to him, annoying fool that he was. What are you chuckling at? Sandor asked as he rode up beside her. Nothing, she replied, chuckling more. Come on, we need to get dinner, he said, riding ahead. Shireen, we'll be back in a bit, she called out as she raced after him. They didn't have far to ride and soon found the goats unattended. Taking her bow, Dany easily brought down the first one. The second was a bit more challenging, and the last nearly got away. The rest of the herd scattered, but she quickly jumped off her horse, helping Sandor catch 2 goats for him and 1 for herself before they made their way back. That night, they feasted, both the humans and the dragons enjoying a hearty meal for the first time in days. It was a few weeks later when it happened. That night, Dany had a dream of a young girl being chased, the men pursuing her clad in leather and carrying. Dany jolted awake, the fear etched on the girl's face still vivid in her mind. As she scanned her surroundings, she sensed they were close. She approached the tree where Sandor was sleeping and shook him awake, bracing herself for his usual grumpiness. "What the hell?" he grumbled. "We have to go now." "She needs us," Dany insisted, urgency in her voice. Sandor's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Shireen?" "No, the girl." "Please, Sandor, we need to hurry." He nodded, reluctantly grabbing his sword. After waking Shireen, they mounted their dragons, Aegon and Regal, and took off swiftly. The night sky was clear, the full moon illuminating their path. As they rode, Dany felt a sense of closeness to their destination. When they crested a hill, however, her heart sank. They found themselves alone, with no sign of the girl. Just as doubt began to creep in, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Dany turned to see Aegon and Regal hovering near a small shape on the ground. She rushed toward it, her heart pounding as she recognized the panic in the young girl's eyes. "You have nothing to fear, they won't harm you," she reassured her, but the girl only moved further away from the dragons. "Shireen, call them," Dany urged. "Regal, Aegon, Najat Nike Sir," Shireen commanded, and the dragons chirped before soaring toward her. Dany turned back to see her aunt stroking each dragon, their trills echoing in the night air. "You are safe. We won't harm you, I promise," Dany said, and slowly, the girl began to relax. This one has never seen such things," the girl stammered. "They are dragons." "What is your name, little one?" Dany asked, extending her hand. The girl hesitated but eventually took it. "This one is called Missandei," she replied, a soft smile breaking through her fear. "My name is Daenerys, but my friends call me Dany, Missandei." "Dany," the girl echoed, her smile widening now. In Highgarden, 296 AC, preparations for Garland's wedding occupied much of Margaery's attention. Margaery kept herself busy with her studies and various tasks. Being with Sansa helped. They had gone hawking again with her brother, and Sansa had allowed Willas to demonstrate what a non-warg could do. While he wasn't as successful as Sansa had been while warging, his skills were still impressive, leaving the rest of them feeling unable to compete. However, her nights stretched longer than she wished, filled with dreams that troubled her. Once she had fully recovered from her illness and felt strong again, she decided to repeat what had happened before. Although she knew the pin likely played no part in it, it was the only thing that had been different that day. So, she pricked her finger once more, lay in bed, and waited. Sleep eventually came, but the dreams did not, and she woke the next morning feeling annoyed and frustrated. Her grandmother, sensing her mood, practically demanded that she come spend the day with her. It didn't take long for the conversation to begin, and while Margaery anticipated it, she wasn't thrilled at first. "This is not like you, Margaery," her grandmother said as they sat in her solar. "What's not like me?" Margaery replied. "This, mooning around. I know you're missing Jon, but you've been apart before and will be again. It's different this time." "It's harder," she huffed. "Why?" "We're married, grandmother. My husband and I are married, and I've spent only a few hours with him since our wedding," she said, shaking her head. "Then you shouldn't have married him, should you?" her grandmother countered, and Margaery turned to look at her, startled. "What?" she snapped. "Had you given any thought to what you did, then you would have realized the folly of your actions." Margaery barely let her grandmother finish before standing up and moving toward the door. "Sit down at once, young lady," her grandmother commanded. Margaery glared at her for a moment, but her stare had no effect. Her grandmother's gaze was far more practiced than her own. Reluctantly walked back to her seat, letting out a sigh as she settled down. "Oh, my sweet child, I don't mean to be so harsh," her grandmother said, reaching out to take Margaery's hand in hers. "I know how you both feel about each other. It's why I was so happy when the match was made, so happy for you both. But I don't. Margaery began, only for Olenna to chuckle softly. I know, you're upset not just because you miss Jon, oh, I know you do, but also because your brother is to be wed soon. You can see him having the wedding you didn't. That's why I wanted you to wait, sweetling. When you and Jon are ready, then you too will have that day. We never thought, I know, her grandmother replied, sharing a chuckle with her. Later, as she, her mother, Sansa, and Mira, along with her cousins, were fitted for their dresses, Margaery felt somewhat better. Even more so that night at dinner, and over the next few days, she pushed herself more into her daily activities. Her nights improved as well, her dreams returned, and some were far more interesting than others. They were in the gardens when the letters arrived, one from Loras and one from Jon. Sansa watched excitedly as Margaery took them. She felt a strong urge to tear open the letters right then and there, yet she also longed to read Jon's letter alone in her room. So, she decided it was best to read Loras's letter out loud and save Jon's for later, hoping Sansa would understand. Marge, I should be setting off within the moon. Unfortunately, things are quite busy here, and Lord Jaime and Lady Dacey won't be able to attend. So you'll be stuck with just me, I'm afraid. I'm looking forward to seeing you all, even if it feels like just yesterday that I was there. Give my best to Mother and Father, and to Garland and Willas. I'll see you, Sansa, and everyone else in a moon or so. Loras. Margaery felt a mix of happiness and sadness as she read the letter. She had hoped the Lannisters would have returned, that joy would have come at least. But she knew that after her name day and the tourney, expecting guests for the wedding was a bit much. A sense of worry crept in, just as it did for Sansa, especially since Loras hadn't mentioned Jon in his letter. Sansa, would you mind? She began, and Sansa smiled, shaking her head, already anticipating her request. No, I understand. Will you tell me afterward what you can, anyway? Sansa asked. I will, she replied, tucking the letter into her pocket. She later shared Loras's letter with her mother and grandmother, discovering they had received similar messages from him and the Lannisters. The day passed slowly, each hour dragging as she waited to retire for the evening. Finally, she hurried to her room that night. Once inside, she lay down on her bed and opened the letter, a smile spreading across her face when she recognized the handwriting. My dearest wife. I've been so busy since I returned, with so much to do. Yet, even keeping myself occupied can't replace the longing I feel to be elsewhere, to be with someone else. Throughout the day, I find myself reaching down to touch your favor, or holding the gifts you've given me in my room. I look at your picture and talk to it, but it's a poor substitute for the real you. As I lay in my bed, I think back to a night when I lay beside you, feeling your arms around me and your head resting on my chest. I wish it were all over, that we were together and could live our lives freely, that we could have the future we deserve. I've never wanted the crown as much as I do right now, because once I have it, then it's done. I can be with the woman I love, have the life I'm meant to live, and we will never need to be parted by anyone's choice but our own. I miss you so much and think of you always, your smile, the sound of your voice. My heart no longer belongs to me alone, it's yours, and I gave it to you freely and without hesitation. Please take care of it for me until we meet again. Know that until that day comes, I am less than I wish to be. Only with you am I the man I should be, the man I want to be, the man I could be. I am no longer just Jon because I'm no longer alone. It's not just me or just you, from now on, there is only us. Your husband. Rolling over onto her back, she looked at the letter once more, smiling as she wiped her eyes. She leaned forward, kissed the spot where he had signed, and placed it gently on the table. Holding the pin in her hand, she pricked her finger again, allowing the blood to pool. Closing her eyes, she hoped to see her husband in her dreams that night. Casterly Rock, 296 AC, Tyrion waved his uncle off, with Jaime standing beside him as the Lion's Mane set out into the bay. Kevin wasted no time, setting sail for Myr. It would take almost a moon to get there, and who knew how long it would take to negotiate with the Company of the Rose? Tyrion and Harrys would take the reins in Lannisport, though Harrys would do most of the work, as Tyrion had other matters on his mind. Trying to figure out how to tell her, how to even bring it up, was difficult enough. Despite all his reassurances, he was still incredibly nervous. He knew he had fallen hard for her. Everything about her fascinated him, whether they were in bed or just talking, the world around him ceased to exist. So much so that Ligeron got angry with him for not spending enough time together. The dragon actually huffed and refused to speak to him for a day or two. He cursed Jon for not being there with him, as trying to placate an annoyed dragon was well beyond his capabilities. It was actually Sarella who managed to soothe Ligeron, and when Tyrion heard what had caused the upset, he found it both amusing and the situation was weighing on him. His dragon was feeling jealous, and to ease that tension, Sarella had told him that Arianne would be leaving soon. While this news had made Ligeron happy, it only deepened Tyrion's own unease. "Are you hungry?" Jaime asked. Tyrion nodded, and they decided to walk to the tavern instead of riding back to the rock. As they strolled through the streets, Tyrion asked, "Where do you think they are now?" "They must have left Highgarden, maybe Summerhall. How fast can they travel?" Jaime wondered aloud, though Tyrion knew he was really asking how fast a dragon could fly. "I have no idea, but I'd wager it's faster than anyone else could manage," Tyrion replied. Jaime let out a laugh, but it was a hollow sound. Tyrion could sense his brother's worry, just as he felt it himself. The thought of anyone being able to harm Jon while he was on Rhaenix's back, or with Arthur by his side, was beyond him. Yet, he understood that as long as Jon was out there, Jaime wouldn't be able to relax. He hoped they would return in the time frame he had mentioned. After they finished their meal, they rode back to Casterly Rock. Once there, Tyrion made his way to his solar and sent Satin to find Arianne. The boy returned with the news that she was with her cousins. Tyrion wrote her a note asking to meet him on the beach when she was ready, then steeled himself to share the truth. It felt strange to him. His family, Jon, they had been the ones to speak to him about who he was, what he was. Though he had accepted it, he had never truly said it aloud to anyone. He had referred to what had made him and shared his fears about his identity, but he had yet to openly declare that he was Aerys' son, a Targaryen. In a way, he didn't feel like one. He had always been a Lannister, and his family saw him as such. Jon had said he was both, and while he felt a deeper kinship with Jon because of their blood ties, and with Ligeron as well, he still saw himself primarily as a Lannister. A part of him. He feared he was on the brink of losing everything. Once he spoke the truth openly, he might become something he wasn't sure he wanted to be. "My lord, Princess Arianne has gone down to the beach," Satin said, and Tyrion nodded. "Where's Bronn?" he asked. "He's giving lessons to Walder, Jors, Loras, and Brienne, my lord." "Very well. Why don't you head down to them, Satin?" "I won't be needing you for the rest of the day," he said with a smile. "Are you sure, my lord?" I'll see you tomorrow." Once Satin had left, Tyrion prepared himself, walking slowly to the lift and taking it down to the vaults. The two guards at the entrance nodded as he passed, and he heard the voices of what he assumed were Tyene and Sarella in one of the rooms. He stepped out onto the beach, where Arianne stood near the water. Even from a distance, he could see the curves of her body. Her dress flowed loose in the wind while also clinging to her form, and he had to shake the image from his mind before approaching her. He needed to focus on what he had to say and do. When he reached her, she leaned down and kissed him. Despite the warmth of her lips, he couldn't quiet the voice in the back of his head that insisted it would be the last time she did so. "My lion wished to speak to me?" she asked, her voice playful. "I did. Can we sit?" "Of course." They settled on a small dune. Taking a deep breath, he held it for a moment before exhaling slowly. There is something I need to tell you, something I've wanted to share since you arrived here, he began. Had he dared to look at her face, he would have seen the smile there. Tell me, she said, excitement lacing her tone. Do you know about the Maesters? About what they did and why Jon acted the way he did with them? He asked, catching her by surprise. The shift in her tone revealed that this was not the conversation she had expected. I know some, she said, glancing at him to see if she understood correctly. My uncle mentioned it was a conspiracy against the Targaryens. It was, he replied, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. They wanted to wipe the dragons and the Targaryens from the world. They failed, she said with a small laugh. They did. But to ensure their plan succeeded, they placed maesters everywhere: Sunspear, Casterly Rock, Winterfell, almost every great house had one. And where they couldn't, their strongest bannermen had a maester who belonged to this conspiracy. Here, Crelin played his part. What did he do? She asked, her fingers gently tracing his face. My mother, he said, closing his eyes to steady himself. My mother's death wasn't an accident. They wanted to see her die, along with the babe she carried. Oh, Tyrion, I'm so sorry. She took his hand in hers, bringing it to her lips and kissing it softly. At first, we thought it was simply to further antagonize my father, to take away the one person he'd listen to, the one person he wouldn't want to shame. But while I was in Essos, Jon discovered there was much more to it. Tyrion, she prompted gently. Aerys was a man of many lusts and desires. As king, he was used to getting what he wanted, no matter how he achieved it. His breath hitched. My mother was one of those he lusted after. Whether it was because of her beauty or simply because she was Tywin's wife, he wanted her, and no one could stop him. Tyrion, oh, my lion, she said, beginning to realize the gravity of his words. Tywin Lannister was not my father. Aerys was. I am a child born of. He couldn't finish his thought. The tears flowed, and the embrace she wrapped around him smothered his words. Instead, he sobbed against her, perhaps the longest and hardest he'd cried since discovering the truth, though he couldn't tell how long it lasted. Arianne held him through the storm of emotions, never once letting go. When he finally began to calm down, she gently wiped his eyes with her handkerchief. I wanted to tell you when you arrived, truly I did, he said, his voice shaky. But I wanted to see you, to be with you, and I didn't want to. I hoped I understand this changes things. What? She asked, confusion evident in her tone. It changes things, I know. I'm sorry, Ari, he replied. As she looked at him, he struggled to decipher her expression. Changes? What changes? Am I supposed to feel differently about you because of your father? Do you think Aerys is worse to me than Tywin? She asked, her voice rising with anger. After what Tywin did to my family, do you really believe anyone could be worse than he? No, he said softly. Aerys was a madman, he caused my family great pain and suffering, but it was Tywin Lannister who my father blamed, who my uncle blamed, who I blamed. Yet here I am with you, despite all that. So why would this change anything between us? She challenged. He looked at her, sensing her anger but unsure of its cause. I am a child born of rape, he admitted. Yet you are the same man I allowed into my bed last night and the night before. You are the same man who moves my heart like no other. Do you truly think so little of me? Do you believe who your father was matters to me? Is that who you are? Are you with me because my father is the Prince of Dorne? No, he replied. Then why would you think that I would be with you or not based on who your father is? In that moment, he realized the truth. Her anger wasn't directed at him for who he was or who his father was. She was angry because she thought he was suggesting something he wasn't. I never thought that about you, Ari. I thought it about myself, he explained. Can you explain it to me? She asked, her voice almost pleading. All my life, I've been what I am, a dwarf, a Lannister. People see me how they wish, and I've learned to deal with it. I was never meant to be a suitable consort for a highborn lady, despite my status, he said, raising his hand as she began to speak. And then I met a beautiful princess who didn't seem to care. I don't, she replied, her voice firm. But you knew me for who you thought I was, and now I realize that was a lie. I'm not that man, I'm someone else. So you worried I would reject you? I did, not because of you, Arianne, but because of me. It's about how I've felt all my life, about how I feel about you. How do you feel about me? She asked, excitement creeping back into her voice. I love you, he said, looking down at the sand. Good, I love you too, my lion. Or is it my dragon now? She teased. When he looked back up and saw the smile on her face, he found that he didn't care about anything else. All he wanted was to hold her right then and there, and he could see that she was eager too. But there was something else he needed to do. He stood up and reached out his hand to help her up. Once she was on her feet, they began to walk toward the cave. Highgarden was awake, and Tyrion wondered if the dragon could sense his emotions. Was he like Rhaenix, who had a bond with Jon in that way? But that was a question for another time. As he approached, he leaned in and felt the dragon's joy at his presence, the calmness that now filled his heart. This is Highgarden, my dragon, he said, and Arianne gasped. In Essos, in the year 296 AC, Sandor found himself faced with a disturbing situation. The girl was a runaway slave, and according to Daenerys and the girl herself, people could be coming after her. The very thought of a girl her age being enslaved was abhorrent to him, though it was sadly expected in this place, which thrived on slavery. What sickened him even more was the reason she had run away. He hoped the people who owned her would show up, he actually prayed for it. Once she had calmed down and eaten, the girl, Missandei, told them that she belonged to a man named Krasny's Mo Naklas, one of the good masters of Astapor had a scribe, a girl whose role was to translate for her master and assist in selling the Unsullied to those who spoke different languages. During their visit to Meereen, one of the great masters took a liking to her, and she overheard Krasny's agree to sell her to him. The thought of what that man intended to do to her sickened him. Despite all that Missandei had endured, she had managed to escape and run far away. Is she asleep? He asked when Shireen came to sit beside him. She is. Dany is next to her, she replied. Good. They will come tomorrow, he said, and Shireen nodded. The Unsullied are formidable, Sandor. If they send enough, we don't stand a chance, Shireen said, worry evident in her voice. You, Dany, and Missandei can hide among the rocks over there. Dany can take out a few with her bow, and I'll handle the rest, he suggested. The dragons will help too, she added, and he nodded in agreement. Go get some sleep. I'll keep watch, he said. She stood up and placed her hand on his shoulder. Be safe, she said softly. The next morning, he spotted them in the distance, a dozen men carrying spears and one on horseback. They were moving quickly, and he realized it would only be an hour or so before they reached them. Waking the girls, he hated to see the look of fear on Missandei's face. No girl her age should ever feel that way, he thought, and resolved to take that fear away. He sent Dany to the rocks, instructing her to wait for his signal. Then, Aegon and Rhaegal took to the sky, both dragons ready if needed. They waited as the men approached. As they drew closer, he could see them more clearly, and doubt began to creep in. There were more than he had expected, 20 men, not counting the one on horseback, and the odds were stacked against them. Dany could take out a few, he could handle a few more, and he hoped the dragons could take care of the rest. Closing his eyes, he stood firm and waited for someone to speak. He didn't speak the broken Valyrian that most in Essos used, knowing. After the man spoke for a few minutes, he chuckled, clearly having understood none of it. What the hell did you just say? He laughed. Girl, come this way, you give, the man said in the common tongue, albeit in broken phrases. Get lost, he replied, watching as the man brandished a small whip, signaling the Unsullied to raise their spears. You give or you die, the man threatened. Before Sandor could react, an arrow flew through the air, striking the man in the throat. He instinctively reached for his sword just as the screeches of the dragons filled the air, drowning out the sound of the man's body hitting the ground. The Unsullied formed an impenetrable group, their spears at the ready. Sandor hoped the dragons could do what he could not. Mosadder, Marcelin, Aragon Ilagon, he heard Missandei call out as she and Dany emerged from behind the rocks. He cursed them both, as well as Shireen, who also moved forward. At least Dany still had her bow trained on the men. Missandei approached the fallen man. Sandor tensed as she neared the Unsullied, but none of them moved to stop her. Instead, she bent down, picked up the small whip, and handed it to Dany with a nod. Devayagidi Aragon Ilagon, Dany commanded, but still, no one moved. Dracarys, Elagon, she said, and flames lit up the sky. Dracarys, Regal, Shireen added a moment later, and the green dragon obeyed his sister. Devayagidi Aragon Ilagon, Dany repeated. Mosadder, Marcelin, Aragon Ilagon, Ribagon Costalis, Missandei urged, and Sandor felt a wave of relief as the Unsullied lowered their shields. Missandei, he said, his voice steadying. Ixes des Costa Umbagon Lida Zirila, Dany said. Ia Costa Jikagon Arli Najat Se Ixia, Nike Epigon Ao Najat Ida Rebagon. Umbagon, one of the Unsullied replied. Umbagon, another quickly added. Umbagon, the rest echoed in unison. He watched as Dany stepped forward, a whip in her hand and her bow slung across her back. She tossed the whip a few feet away from the Unsullied, and Elagon swooped close to it. Dracarys, Elagon, she commanded, and the whip ignited in flames. Hen bisa tubis ixa days valley, Aoha vijas ixis Aahan se Aahan Mary, Dany declared. Even Sandor felt a stir of emotion at the strength of her words. It turned out that Mosadder and Marcelin were Missandei's brothers, and the leader of the group was a man named Grey Worm. Missandei explained to them how the names of the Unsullied were chosen and changed regularly, sending a chill down Sandor's spine. The thought of having someone else dictate who you were disturbed him deeply. That night, they feasted on horse meat. Missandei couldn't ride, and since the Unsullied were foot soldiers, they had to kill the horse and share it among themselves. The dragons flew off to hunt their own food. With Meereen and Slavers Bay behind them, they headed north toward the Dothraki Sea. Sandor felt a sense of comfort with the escort they had. Missandei sat in front of Dany on her horse, he and Shireen on theirs, while 20 Unsullied marched behind them, the dragons soaring ahead. They would stick close to the river for now, but soon they would leave it behind. Yet, Sandor couldn't shake the feeling of what lay ahead. Arthur felt a growing sense of unease as they traveled, convinced they were heading in the wrong direction. It was the summer of 296 AC, and the tale Jay had shared with him weighed heavily on his mind. It was unsettling for several reasons. Not only did it sound utterly mad, but the way Jay spoke of it reminded Arthur too much of his father. At first, Arthur saw his king as a blend of both his parents, Rhaegar's seriousness and Lyanna's playful spirit. However, there were moments when Arthur recognized some of Rhaegar's more troubling traits in him. At times, his father seemed obsessive and driven, but not always in ways Arthur could support. Instead, like Rhaegar, Jay's focus often shifted to prophecies and mysteries that left Arthur feeling lost. If it weren't for Jaime and Walder, or for the things he had witnessed Jay do himself, he might have found himself doubting him far more. Yet, despite that, he sometimes struggled with overwhelming doubt that threatened to consume his thoughts. He recalled listening to Jay recount his conversation with Maya Rivers, the way Jay had collapsed in the middle of the ruined hall, and how he had frantically pointed to a hole in the ground. The nagging doubt loomed large, ready to dictate his choices. But in the end, he was relieved it did not. Sitting with Jay around the fire, staring at the eggs, he felt a mix of disbelief and anticipation about what lay inside the chest. "How do you think you're going to open that, Jay?" Arthur asked, watching him eye the chest. "It's not meant to be opened here, Arthur," Jay replied confidently. "How do you know?" Arthur pressed. "I can feel it." "This isn't the right place, the magic isn't right," Jay said, cradling one of the eggs in his hand. "And what about those?" Arthur asked, gesturing toward the 3 eggs. "They live, Arthur, but they are not for me," Jay said, moving closer to allow Arthur to touch the egg. As Arthur reached out, he felt the heat radiating from it, though it was cooler and easier to touch than he had expected. He sensed the life within, and for a moment, all doubt faded away. As Arthur watched Jay place the scarlet egg beside the others, the bright blue and deep indigo, he couldn't help but wonder who they were meant for if not for his king. But he didn't have to wait long for an answer. "They are for those who follow you, Arthur," Jay said, a knowing look in his eyes. "My children, my children's children. I don't know which, but I can feel them in my head, whispering to me, 'Not yet, not yet.'" Jay smiled, and Arthur felt a flicker of curiosity. "How did you know about them?" Arthur asked. Jay then recounted what he had seen and done, and once again, Arthur found the whole situation to be utterly mad, almost crazy. When Jay laughed, a hint of worry crept into Arthur's mind. "I know what you're thinking, Arthur, and I'm glad for it, truly. You need to be wary, Jaime, Tyrion, we all do. But this isn't madness, Arthur. I see that now. It's a gift." Arthur looked at him, confusion etched on his face. "Jay? I saw my grandmother, Arthur. I felt her hand against my face just as I felt Rhaenys' hand many years ago. I've seen my mother, my father, my brother, and my other mother. It's not the same as if they were here with me, but I've seen them. How can that not be a gift?" Jay said, a soft smile gracing his lips. As darkness fell, Arthur joined Jay on Rhaenix's back. The dragon seemed just as eager to leave as he was, though Arthur wondered if she felt as nervous about their destination as he and Jay did. Too soon, he spotted the red mountains below and then the Prince's Pass. Finally, he saw their destination in the distance. They landed in the mountains, with Rhaenix spotting a herd of goats and a cave, and she took full advantage of both. That morning, he and Jay feasted on goat meat while Rhaenix slept in the cave. Jay hid the eggs behind her, but when they left, he made sure to carry the chest with him. It took them nearly 3 hours to walk the distance to the tower itself, with Arthur and Jay alternating between carrying the load. Arthur was taken aback by how light the chest felt as they carried it. When they finally reached the outskirts of the tower and spotted the graves in the distance, he knew he needed to pause. "Are you well?" Jay asked. "Just a moment, my king," Arthur replied, taking a breath to compose himself before moving forward. Tower of Joy, 296 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. They stopped at the graves, and both men paid their respects. Arthur pointed out which grave belonged to Gerald and which was Oswell's. Jay thanked them for their sacrifices and hoped they had found peace in the next world. He told Arthur that when he was crowned, he would ensure the remains were brought back to the Red Keep and buried beside their brothers, as all fallen Kingsguard should be. But Arthur insisted on checking the tower first, wanting to make sure it was empty before they entered. Jay allowed this and settled himself at the bottom of the stairs, gazing at the chest in his hands. Whatever was inside was meant to be opened here. He felt it, a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. This was for him, it had always been meant for him. When Arthur returned and assured him it was safe to proceed, Jay requested to go in alone. He needed to experience it by himself and was already on the verge of breaking down. Arthur was concerned enough as it was. If he saw Jay in such a state, it might only deepen his worry. Reluctantly, Arthur agreed, and Jay ascended the stairs slowly, his heart racing as he reached the door. As he opened it, laughter filled the air. A woman was teasingly running away from a silver-haired man, their voices echoing throughout the tower. At a nearby table sat an older, fair-haired man in armor, his playful expression contrasting with his grumpy voice as he complained about something. In the corner stood a younger, happier version of Arthur. The woman hid behind the two knights, first Oswell and then Arthur, while the man laughed as he approached her. "Sir Arthur, your prince commands you to move," his father said, his voice light. "I cannot, my prince. My princess requires my protection," Arthur replied, glancing back as his mother stuck her tongue out playfully. "Abandoned by my own Kingsguard, a poor prince am I," his father chuckled. "It's your own fault, Ray. I warned you what would happen," his mother teased. "That you did, my love. Very well, I concede." "You win," his father said, conceding with a smile. "You should get used to it, my love," his mother added, as laughter filled the room, shared by his father and both knights. Arthur moved deeper into the tower, the steps leading up calling to him. Soon, he arrived at a room he dared not enter but knew he must. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door and braced himself for what lay ahead. Inside, he found them, his parents, reclining on the bed, her head resting on his father's chest, his fingers gently brushing through her hair. They seemed completely at ease, wrapped in their own world, sharing laughter, kisses, and a comfortable silence. Tears welled in his eyes as he opened them, the room appearing blurry, yet he could still make out what he needed to see. The sheets had been removed, but the mattress remained. As he moved around the room, other details began to emerge. Little drawings carved into the wall, a small wolf cub, a man, a woman, and a babe, a young boy. He brushed his fingers over the carvings and knelt down for a closer look. That's when he noticed it out of the corner of his eye. It must have been kicked under at some point, a small wooden figure leaning against one of the bed's legs. Placing his chest on the ground, he squeezed underneath and finally reached it. The wooden wolf was small and white, he had no idea where they had found a piece of weirwood. But as he looked at it, seeing its red eyes, the tears began to flow freely. He didn't know how long he lay there under the bed, lost in his memories. Eventually, he squeezed back out and stood up, reaching down to his belt, feeling the weight of his emotions. Jay took the knife and began to cut into the blood-stained mattress, carefully grabbing a piece before walking back to the chest and lifting it up. He approached the door and paused for a moment, closing his eyes. A smile crossed his face as he envisioned his father and mother lying happily together. Then, without looking back, he stepped outside. "Did you find what you needed?" Arthur asked, noticing that Jay still seemed troubled by their surroundings. "I did. I need a flame, Arthur," Jay replied. Arthur nodded, gathering some wood and pulling out his flint. As Arthur lit the wood, Jay placed the chest on the ground, right on top of the blood-stained piece of the mattress. He pulled out his knife again, cutting his palm and letting his blood drip over the chest before tying off the wound with a handkerchief. Arthur approached with the burning wood, handing it to Jay. Leaning down, Jay held the flame to the mattress and watched as it ignited. "Now we wait," he said, and Arthur nodded. The flames rose higher than they should have, burning brighter than expected, and then, just as quickly, they vanished. The mattress had turned to ash, but the chest remained untouched. "Did it not work?" Arthur asked, confusion in his voice. "It worked," Jay replied, stepping forward to open the chest. He reached inside and pulled out a small pendant, its three-headed dragon design crafted in gold and adorned with rubies. But it was the other item that caught his attention. "Is that?" Arthur began, eyes widening as Jay held it up. "The crown of the Conqueror," Jay said, cradling the Valyrian steel circlet in his hands. "My name is Jaehaerys Targaryen, and this is my crown." Chapter 94, A Dragon is Not a Slave. Mir, 296 AC. Kevin stood on the deck of the Lion's Mane as it pulled smoothly into the dock, his gaze fixed on the Myrish buildings in the distance. They had made good time, less than a moon had passed, and he was eager to meet these northern sellswords. His men had been slaughtered, Westerland's men, Northmen, and those hired from Essos. Butchered and left to die, only a few had survived, and those who had would never fight again. Kevin ensured that they and their families were well taken care of. The gold he had spent to support the families of the fallen was considerable, but he cared nothing for it. The gold he would spend on these sellswords mattered just as little to him. What he sought was justice, vengeance would be his purchase, and he intended to see every last man who played a part in that attack dead. Accompanied by Ser Adam and a dozen of his best knights, Kevin disembarked and prepared to meet with a local magister they had dealings with. Although they did not have an office in Myr, they had a contact, Magister Orlas, the younger magister, who had been eager to do business with them. As they approached Orlas's manse, Kevin noted its lavishness, though it was not as large as some of the neighboring estates. "My friend, it's good to see you in person at last," Orlas said, a smile crossing his face. Kevin returned the smile and nodded. "You too, Magister. Is there somewhere we can speak?" Orlas nodded, gesturing for his servants to lead the way to a room where food and drink were already laid out. "What brings you to Myr, Lord Kevin?" Orlas asked, pouring a glass of wine for him. Kevin took a sip before responding. "Have you heard about what happened in Lorith and Norvos?" "Bandits, my lord, the bane of our existence." "Surely that's not enough to bring you here?" Orlas replied, his curiosity piqued. "More than bandits, my friend. It was a coordinated effort to disrupt our trading. If they are not dealt with, then even here we may have difficulties?" Kevin said, watching as Orlas nodded in agreement. "You seek to end these troubles before they escalate further?" "I do. The Company of the Rose is nearby, is it not? I request an audience with their commanders. Can it be arranged?" "Of course, I'll see to it at once," Orlas replied. "I'll make sure you're rewarded, of course," Kevin added, but Orlas shook his head. "There's no need, my lord. Our business together is already quite profitable. Though perhaps some extra shipments could be sent?" Orlas suggested. "I'll arrange that, along with a 5% increase on your share, Magister. With our growing business, it will be worth it," Kevin said, earning a broad smile from the Magister. "You are too kind, my lord." "Far too kind," Orlas replied. Truthfully, Kevin knew he was being overly generous. The increased business alone should make Orlas considerably wealthier. But he had learned one thing about the men of Essos: they were a greedy bunch. It was far better to keep them well rewarded before they sought out their due than to wait until after they had looked for it. Loyalty could be bought, but once lost, it was hard to regain. It took them a couple of days to receive the go-ahead to travel to the company's headquarters. They were housed in a rather small barracks outside of Myr, but it was well defended and manned. As he, Adam, and the others rode up, Kevin noticed the Northmen glancing at them warily. They were stopped at the gate by a large man, and Kevin judged him to be as formidable as the Hound, perhaps even the Mountain. The massive halberd on the man's back and his imposing size would dissuade most, he thought. "Who are you?" the gruff voice demanded, a mix of northern and Essosi accents. "I am Lord Kevin Lannister. I've come to meet with Torrhen Snow." "Very well. You're expected, you and one man." "The others will wait here," the guard replied. Kevin nodded to Adam, and they both rode in, directed toward a small building at the back where two more large men stood guard. Once they dismounted, they were led inside to a spacious room. Kevin entered the room and found 4 men seated at the table. Like those they had encountered so far, these were all large men. One wore an eye patch, another bore scars, and the last 2 stared at them with palpable anger. "Take a seat. Bread and salt?" the largest man offered, sliding the plate toward them. "I will accept guest rights," Kevin replied, noting the nods of agreement from his companion. Once they had each taken a piece, a young lad entered with ale, which they accepted, followed by some food that they took only out of politeness. After nibbling and sipping for a while, the large man fixed his gaze on them and began to speak. "Lord Kevin Lannister, and who might you be?" he asked, looking at Adam. His voice carried none of the Essosi accent, instead sounding distinctly northern. "Ser Adam Marbrand," Adam introduced himself. "What brings a lion and a burning tree to my house?" the man inquired. "You're Torrhen Snow?" Kevin asked. I am. This is Artos and Brandon Snow, and the quiet lad is Hugo," Torrhen replied. "You know of our business in Essos?" Kevin continued. "We know," Artos confirmed. "Some of our shipments were recently attacked. They were made to look like bandit work, but it wasn't bandits who did it." "What do you know of the brave companions?" Kevin asked. "That they're not very brave at all," Brandon Snow chimed in, eliciting laughter from the group. "We know of Hote, and I'm sorry for your men, but what does this have to do with us?" Torrhen questioned. "I'd like to hire the company to track down the brave companions and bring them the justice they deserve," Kevin stated firmly. "No," Torrhen replied, rising from his seat along with the others, preparing to leave the room. "Have you heard of Jon Snow?" Kevin called out, prompting them to stop. Torrhen turned back to him, curiosity in his eyes. "Eddard Stark's bastard son?" Even over here, we've heard of events in the north," Torrhen said. "Our trade, our ships, while my nephews and I have played our part, a lot of it is thanks to Jon Snow. He was my nephew's squire, and now he's a knight." "In his own right now," Kevin said, "but ever since he joined us, he's been the driving force behind our trade. The ships were his idea." While the other three men seemed ready to leave, Torrhen looked at him for a moment before they all sat down again. "Then I'm most pleased for the lad," Torrhen replied. "But what does this have to do with us? It's not just our trade that Jon has seen improve, it's the North's too. Our largest trading partner is House Manderley, and House Mormont as well. It's not just the livelihoods of the Westerlands that the brave companions have killed or threatened, it's northern ones too," Kevin explained. A silence fell over the room as the three men looked to Torrhen Snow, who returned their gaze. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded and smiled, then glanced at the others, who did the same. "Very well," Torrhen said. "The brave companions are no friends of ours, nor friends of the North. Given what you say, it's clear you are, so we'll accept your contract." "All of them?" Kevin asked. "All of them," Torrhen confirmed, then spat into his hand. Kevin did the same, and they shook hands. The gold he brought was just a deposit, a retainer of sorts. They would receive the full amount once the job was complete. Later that night, when he spoke to Orlas, the man was almost giddy at having brought them on board. The threat to their caravans was no longer a concern, Orlas said. For Kevin, it was a matter of knowing that the men responsible for the attacks would pay. He would leave it to Jaime and Tyrion to ensure that the man who ordered it would face justice. In the Riverlands, in 296 AC, Cat reflected on the new maester. While he wasn't as clever as Vyman had been, at least he was honest, a quality she could trust. She wouldn't allow a maester the opportunity to steal from them ever again, especially now that she and Otherides had taken over the finances and management of the keep. They needed to make changes, some of which Edmure had. She fought against the weight of their circumstances, but even her brother had begun to grasp the precariousness of their situation. Although he hadn't completely curbed his spending, much of it going toward whores, there was a strange comfort in that. The absence of suitable brides for him was a stark reminder of how far their house had fallen and how secure her own position was within it. So, she allowed him to indulge. It was far better for him to frequent whores than to bring home a bastard, she thought. As for their bannermen, it was a tense truce. Relationships remained strained with some and were completely broken with others, leading her to contemplate certain options. The only consistent marriage proposal Edmure received came, unsurprisingly, from House Frey. The dowry offered kept increasing, and she found herself almost tempted to accept it. If she could convince her brother, she probably would. By doing so, she could limit the power of a woman from House Frey and protect her own position from being overshadowed by a new lady, something she couldn't guarantee with any other house, even those smaller than the Freys. She knew how Walder Frey treated his kin, how browbeaten the women were, but it felt pointless to dwell on that. Edmure would never accept a Frey as his bride, his sense of self-importance was far too inflated for that. "Pearl, take this to other rides," she said, handing the girl the notes she had made. "At once, milady," the young girl replied, rushing from the room. Once Pearl was gone, she reached into the drawer and pulled out the letter from her uncle, one of the few bright spots she had experienced in recent moons. A smile spread across her face as she read it once more. Peter had come through for her, and she wished he would return soon so she could thank him. "Cat, I write to inform you that Brandon is settling in well at the Bloody Gate. He's performing admirably in his duties and studies, and I am most pleased to have him as my squire. I'll ensure that he writes to you himself next time. Brynden." She would have preferred. Catelyn hoped for a more friendly letter from her uncle, but it seemed he had not come around to her way of thinking. His falling out with Edmure had only left him feeling more estranged than before. A letter from Brandon would be welcome too. It bothered her that none of her children, aside from Arya and Robb, had written to her in quite some time. The last 2 letters she received had disturbed her for different reasons. Arya's letter informed her that she would be fostering on Bear Island. While it wasn't unexpected, it was something she had hoped would never come to pass. As for Robb, his letter should have filled her heart with joy. Her firstborn was to be wed. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was being sold short, and the thought that this was part of the bastard's plan lingered in her mind. "Mother, it is with great happiness I write to tell you that Lord Willas and father have agreed to a betrothal between myself and Lady Winifred. The marriage is set to take place in 2 years, and it would mean the world to me if you could attend. I am happy, mother, blissfully so. I hope this news finds you likewise. Your loving son, Robb." Though she wasn't entirely pleased with the match, believing the princess or Lady Margaery would be far better suited for the heir to Winterfell, the last part of Robb's letter always made her smile. Just as she was rereading that part, Maester Farman entered the room, carrying a much different letter. "My lady, a letter from Winterfell," the Maester announced. Catelyn smiled, wondering which of her children had sent it, thinking it must have been written before they left. However, her smile quickly faded when she saw the seal, the Lord of Winterfell seal, and the contents of the letter left her in disbelief. "Catelyn, I write to you to formalize what we both know is the truth of things, the dissolution of our marriage. I have also written to the king and the High Septon. In my letters to them, as I do now to you, I make it clear that our children are unremoved in the line. The succession to Winterfell is clear and valid. No children I have from this point forward may interfere with that line, no matter what. It's time to move forward with our lives and end this marriage once and for all. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North." Catelyn found it hard to breathe as the Maester looked at her with concern, quickly handing her a mug of water, which she drank down in haste. It had little effect, so she reached for another mug and finally took a small dose of dream wine to help calm her nerves. When she awoke later, for a brief moment, she thought she had just endured a terrible dream, a nightmare. It took her a moment to realize she was in Riverrun. Turning to the shadow by her bed, she smiled. "Ned?" She called out, only for Edmure to step out from the darkness. Cat, are you well? Do you feel all right? Should I send for the Maester?" he asked, worry etched on his face. No, I'm fine." "You heard?" she replied. "I did. Just give me the word, Cat. Give me the word and I'll call the banners. I'll march to Winterfell and kill him where he sits for this insult." "Edmure," she said, shaking her head. No, Cat, it's that woman, the Serwyn woman he wishes to wed. To dishonor you and take another. I won't stand for it. We cannot do anything, Edmure. Not yet, she said, meeting his gaze. Not yet? He echoed. No, we must rebuild ourselves. We need to be ready for when the chance comes, brother, she explained, and he nodded in understanding. What about the letter? Edmure asked. He's made his bed, let him lie in it. Besides, if he wishes to wed, he won't be the only one, she replied, a hint of determination in her voice. Cat? Edmure prompted. What? Oh, don't mind me, Edmure. I'm just thinking aloud, she said, relieved that he didn't seem to pay too much attention to her musings. But as she considered her situation, it became clear to her that she and Ned were truly finished. That small hope she had clung to at the back of her mind was now gone. It was certain now. Catelyn couldn't shake the feeling that he would never come to his senses and realize just how foolish he had been. So where did that leave her? Lady of Riverrun was only a temporary title, and even in that role, she knew she could never make them pay, neither Ned nor the bastard. She needed to rise above it all. A woman set aside could only go so far. An annulled marriage, if granted, would open up new possibilities for her. While some might view it as shameful, she was being cast aside by a savage, a heathen. With the right mindset, she could turn this situation to her advantage. Edmure, could you have Pearl bring me some parchment and a quill? I have letters I must write, she said. Cat, are you sure you're well? Her brother asked as he stood up. I am, Edmure. You're right, this is Ned's fault. We will make him pay for it, she replied, and her brother nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Casterly Rock in 296 AC, Arianne found herself spending the day on the beach with Tyene and Sarella while Tyrion was busy with his work. Sarella longed to be close to the dragon, and both Arianne and Tyene were eager to enjoy their cousin's company before they had to leave. That moment was approaching much sooner than Arianne wished, but she knew she could only postpone it for so long. Her father would soon grow anxious for her return. Tyene, too, wished to go home, to reunite with her other sisters, see her father, and return to Dorne. Arianne noticed that her cousin hadn't enjoyed her time in the West as much as she had. A smirk crossed her face. Tyene needed to find herself a lion, preferably one as hungry and insatiable as her own. She pondered how she would manage without him once she returned to Dorne. How quickly could he get away to visit her? He had promised he would, but with his busy schedule and the impending need to fly on the dragon, she wondered just how soon that could be. I'll fly to you then, a voice said, breaking her thoughts. Arianne smiled as she recalled her time with Jaime and his wife. They had welcomed her into their family with open arms, far exceeding her expectations. Spending time with them and their baby had been a joy, a reminder that people are fundamentally the same, whether in Dorne or here in the West. She found Jaime's little cousins intriguing, especially the young girl who was so close to her own cousin. Lady Genna had also surprised her, pulling Arianne aside to warn her about what would happen if she ever hurt her nephew. Genna had delivered the warning in a way that Arianne found endearing. Though she wasn't one for tea, the invitation from Tyrion's aunt was too tempting to decline. It must be a change of pace for you, princess, running Dorne and then coming here, Genna said, pouring tea into a delicate cup. My father runs Dorne, my lady, Arianne replied. Call me Genna, she insisted, handing Arianne the cup. Arianne, Genna, Arianne introduced herself, and Genna nodded. I know your father runs the country, Arianne, but even here in the West, we recognize that you play a far larger role than most ladies do, Genna said, offering her a sweet cake. I am the heir to my father, Genna. It's only right that I gain some experience in his duties, is it not? Arianne asked. Indeed it is, which is why I was saying that being here, doing nothing of the same import as your responsibilities back in Dorne, must feel, what's the word? Genna paused. Freeing, Arianne suggested. Freeing, yes. The thing about freedom, Arianne, is that it leads us to believe we can do whatever we wish without facing consequences. We think we can pursue only our own pleasures, and that no one else matters, Genna said, taking a sip of her tea. For some, yes. For others, it's the freedom to be who we wish to be with those we choose. Arianne realized what Genna was hinting at. Of course, but what happens when we're no longer free? Genna asked, her expression thoughtful. When must we make more measured choices? Arianne asked. Well, depending on the circumstances, Genna, some choices work just as well whether they are free or measured, don't they? For example, a son of a great house is a son of a great house. That remains a fact, regardless of the nature of the choices, doesn't it? She looked at the older woman. Does it? Genna replied. Then what you desire from your freedom need not be sacrificed in such a case, Arianne said, and Genna smiled. Indeed not. But would your father feel the same? Genna asked, taking another sip of her tea. My father wishes me to be happy and well-matched, Genna. He may just get his wish, Arianne said, and Genna's smile broadened. Well-matched indeed, Genna responded, and this time, Arianne was the one smiling. She understood Lady Genna's game. While Genna hadn't explicitly threatened her, the implication was there. If Arianne's answers hadn't impressed the woman, the threat would have been made much clearer. The revelation of who Tyrion truly was only reinforced her feelings. As a Lannister, he was a good match. As a Targaryen, he was an even better one. As a dragon rider, he was, aside from Jon Snow, the very best anyone could wish for. He had confided in her that both he and his brother were essentially serving as Jon's hands, and that his nephew, who he considered Jon, was involving him more and more in important matters. Arianne could see the pride in his eyes, and her own pride swelled as well. She admired her cousin for seeing beyond what others saw in Tyrion, and she felt joy that Tyrion was finally rising to where he belonged. Again? Tyene huffed, breaking her thoughts. What? Arianne said, turning to her. You're daydreaming about him again. Gods, Ari, just how good in bed is he? Tyene asked, shaking her head. You'll never know, cousin. He's all mine, Arianne said with a laugh. Later that night, Arianne rolled onto her side, sweat trickling down her back. She stretched her hand over to grab the glass on the table, barely managing to reach it. Beside her, Tyrion looked almost ready to collapse. Their passions had intensified as the moment of goodbye approached. Both of them were eager to make the most of their time together, wearing each other out in a nightly, and sometimes daily, routine. Wine? She asked, smirking as he nodded, momentarily speechless. I think we should fly away together, Tyrion said, draining his glass and handing it back to her, eager for a refill. You've not flown yet, she replied, filling his glass. I'm a quick study. We just jump on Ligeron's back, and off we go. Anywhere you name, that's where we'll stop. Or we could just speak to my father, she suggested, watching as the smile fell from his face. Tyrion, you are a Lannister. That alone makes you a worthy match, and Oberyn would speak for you. Ari. Were it not for that, there's who you truly are, a prince of Targaryen blood, a future dragon rider, uncle to the king. Tyrion, my father is not a foolish man. Do you want me? She asked, rolling over onto her stomach. Only you, he replied, and she was kissing him almost before he finished speaking. Then come to Dorne. Come and fight for me, my lion, she urged once the kiss ended. I'll come when I can, soon, I promise, he said, and she smiled before kissing him again. 3 days later, she stood by the dockside in Lannisport. Jaime and Tyrion had come to wave them off. Sarella was there too, and both she and Tyene had said their goodbyes to their cousin, both in private and now in public. Although she understood why Jon Snow hadn't returned, with Tyrion having made it clear where he had gone and why, she still wished she could have spent more time with her cousin. Lord Jaime, I wish to thank you for the welcome and hospitality you and your family have shown me while I was here. You've made a friend in me, my lord. I hope to be able to repay you in the future, she said sincerely. There is no need, princess. Any member of your family is more than welcome in Casterly Rock or the West. Please give my regards to your father and uncle, Jaime replied. I will, my lord. Princess Arianne. Lord Tyrion. The two shared a moment of understanding before she knelt down and embraced him. She didn't care that people were watching. The kiss she gave him left no doubt in anyone's mind about how she truly felt. I await you in Dorne, my lord. Do not leave me waiting long, she said with a smile. I won't, my princess, Tyrion assured her. As the ship sailed away from the docks, she stood watching until it disappeared from view. Once they were gone, she walked to her cabin and lay down on her bed. Tears streamed down her face, and she felt foolish for crying. Yet in her heart, she felt the loss as if it were tangible, as if she were leaving a part of herself behind in the West. She hoped it wouldn't be long before he came to Dorne, so she could feel whole again. In the Great Grass Sea, in 296 AC, Dany reflected on her relationships. Being with Missy was different. With Sandor, it was like having an older brother. They had fun together, and he allowed her to embrace her youth, but there was always a slight distance due to their age difference and the fact that he was a man. Shireen, on the other hand, was her aunt and almost a mother figure. She taught Dany how to be a woman and was someone Dany could confide in about things she wouldn't dare mention to Sandor. But Missy, much younger than her, was a true friend. They could enjoy each other's company without the weight of expectations. Dany could be the one Missy turned to for advice. It only took a few days of riding together for them to grow closer. They were not Daenerys and Missandei, they were simply Dany and Missy. The younger girl relished the idea of friendship, of someone who didn't give orders but instead asked her what she wanted. Dany felt a mix of reluctance and progress in her journey. They had shared laughter and giggles that seemed to annoy Sandor immensely as they rode together. At night, Missy would regale them with stories about the lands they were traveling through and the Dothraki who roamed them freely. Missy seemed to know even more about the area than Shireen did. When a Khale's wife dies, she's taken to V's Dothrak and becomes a member of the Dosh Khaleen, Missy explained as they rode through the tall grass. The Dosh Khaleen? Dany asked, intrigued. The wives of the fallen Khales, Missy replied. What if they don't want to go? Dany inquired, and Missy shook her head. I do not know, Dany, she said, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Dany chuckled. Sometimes, when Missy said her name, she would glance over quickly to ensure it was all right. Dany recognized it was due to Missy's status as a slave, but it had become a playful game between them, Dany trying to catch her off guard when she did so. It had been almost a moon since they joined forces with Missy and the Unsullied. Some of the Unsullied had changed their names, while others, like Missy's brothers, reverted to their original names. Only Grey Worm kept the name he had been given. This one keeps the name, as it was the name he was given when the princess freed him, Grey Worm told them one night. Dany had tried to explain that it wasn't just her, it was also Sandor, Shireen, and Missy. But the Unsullied looked to her, and Shireen had mentioned it was because Dany had burned the whip. Dany wasn't entirely sure she understood it, but she accepted it. Sandor had said these men offered them protection, that the more they had with them, the safer they would be, and that much she understood. One morning, as they rode, they spotted a dust trail rising in the distance. The horses were galloping fast, and there were many of them. They were out in the open, and fleeing wasn't an option. Not only did they lack the horses to outrun the Dothraki, but even if they did, it would be beyond their capabilities. Dany looked toward the horizon, her heart racing. Shireen called for the dragons, and Aegon and Regal, who had been flying miles ahead, quickly returned. "Stay behind me, Missy," Dany instructed the worried girl, watching as Sandor and the Unsullied formed a protective ring around them. But it soon became clear that their defenses wouldn't be enough. The Khalasar's sheer numbers far exceeded anything they could match. As the horses surrounded them, Dany focused on the ones in the lead, the Khal and his blood riders, as Missy had explained. She noticed Sandor gripping his sword tightly, and she leaned back to grab her bow, pausing when a massive man jumped from his horse. He said nothing, simply walking toward the Unsullied and nodding as he glanced back at Dany and Missy on horseback. Before he could speak, the dragon screeched overhead, forcing the man to look up. The horses panicked, but the man remained calm, gazing at the dragons with a smile before he began to speak in a guttural language that Dany didn't understand. "I am not here to attack or take from you," Missy interpreted. "We offer you food and drink, to share in our bounty. You have the word of Khal Drogo that none of you will be harmed." "Ask him why he would offer us this," Dany replied. Missy turned to the man and spoke in the same language. After a moment, he responded. "He says he has an offer for the silver-haired one, for you, princess," Missy translated, and Dany turned to see Khal Drogo staring directly at her. She noticed Sandor and Shireen nodding in agreement. She realized this was an offer she couldn't refuse. Dany instructed Missy to convey her acceptance, and the Dothraki began setting up tents. Aegon and Rhaegal landed, eyeing the men warily. To Dany's surprise, some women approached, leading men who carried meat for the dragons. After Shireen and Sandor inspected it, the Unsullied took the food and brought it to the dragons. The dragons devoured their food quickly, flames licking the morsels as they consumed it almost as fast. Dany noted how much they had grown, wondering if they would soon be ready for her to ride. Shireen disagreed, but Dany felt a sense of certainty about it. The women guided her, Missy, and Shireen to a tent where water and clean clothing awaited them. "Tell the Khal we are grateful," Dany instructed, and Missy relayed her words to the women. It felt strange to wear the new clothing, and seeing both Missy and Shireen dressed similarly was equally odd. Still, they were welcomed, and the food they received was greatly appreciated, even if it consisted mainly of horse meat, as Sandor grumbled. At one point, Dany caught the Khal staring at her. His gaze made her feel uncomfortable, yet there was something captivating about it. Throughout the night, he spoke very little, but the following day, he finally expressed his wishes. They were brought into a large tent, with Sandor entering first. He found the Khal sitting alone and was asked to bring Dany in by herself. Despite Sandor and Shira's protests, Dany felt it was important to go in. Missy accompanied her for translation. "I am Khal Drogo, son of Khal Barbo, the Great Rider, the Great Khal," Missy interpreted. "I am Daenerys Stormborn, daughter of Rhaella Targaryen," Dany replied, deliberately omitting her father's name. She waited for Missy to finish before asking, "What does the Khal wish of me?" Missy translated Dany's question to the Khal. "I am to be the Khal of Khals, the father of the stallion that mounts the world. To fulfill that, I need a Khaleesi worthy of the honor. Long have I searched, and yet I sit here alone, without my Khaleesi by my side," Missy conveyed. As Dany glanced at the Khal, she could have sworn she saw a mixture of sadness and eagerness in his expression. "I had given up hope until I saw the silver hair," he said. "You wish me to be your Khaleesi?" she asked, surprised. He nodded in response to Missy's translation. Dany paused for a moment, trying to process the weight of his words. Daenerys took a deep breath, determined to express her thoughts clearly and gracefully. "You saw the dragons?" she asked, watching as he nodded in response. "One was stolen from me," he said, a hint of urgency in his voice. "I seek the man who did this. I cannot, and I will not wed until I find my lost child. Should you find him for me, then I will be your Khaleesi. But until then, I must seek him out myself." She waited patiently, allowing the silence to stretch until Missy had finished speaking. Daenerys noticed the Khaal's expression remained unchanged, he simply gazed at her. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled and nodded. When next we meet, either I or you will have found your lost child. I will ask again then, he said, rising from his seat and walking over to her. He extended his hand, and she took it, feeling as though she weighed nothing as he helped her up. Standing before him, she barely reached his chest, yet she looked up into his eyes. In that moment, it was clear he wanted her, a look she recognized all too well. But there was something more in his gaze, something she couldn't quite identify, and she found herself longing for that look when he left the tent. The next morning, they awoke to find the Khalasar gone. The tents they had used remained, along with some food and pouches of water. But Daenerys's attention was drawn to the two women approaching her, leading a silver horse. It was evident they were Dothraki, and they appeared to be close to her age. A gift from the Khal, Missy said, as one of the women handed Daenerys the reins of the silver filly. Who are they? Daenerys asked, gently stroking the horse's neck. Iri, Jiki. The Khal asked them to travel with you, Missy replied. Daenerys glanced at Sandor and Shireen, both looking as confused as she felt. As she continued to pet the horse, a smile spread across her face, and she found herself wondering what she might say if she encountered the Khal again. The Reach, 296 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. The Flight from the Tower. Joy felt calm and peaceful, but something about him felt different, more in tune with his surroundings and with Rhaenix. With Arthur, it was as if they had reached a mutual understanding. The night's doubts might always linger, and Jay was grateful for that, but something had shifted between them as well. It was as if the man's faith had been somewhat restored, whether in himself or in Jay's father, he couldn't be sure. Rhaenys was thrilled about this change. Jaehaerys Targaryen was who he truly was. Jon Snow had been a name he was forced to bear, a name he had pretended to be, but it no longer defined him. He had been born a king, and he had told himself he would be one because others wanted it for him, their desires had become his own. Now, however, it was also what he genuinely wished to be. As they soared over Horn Hill, he felt a thrill of excitement about where he was headed. They landed in a small field when Jay sensed a deer nearby. It was still dark, and they could have ventured further, but Rhaenix needed to eat, so he guided her down. Once on the ground, he warged into the deer, quickly bringing it close enough that the stag couldn't escape. Then, he opened his eyes. Gods, she's quick when she wants to be, Arthur remarked, and Jay laughed as Rhaenix took to the air, catching the deer before it had even made it halfway back to the woods. She's hungry and tired, though she'd have flown through the night to get here, Jay replied. Highgarden? Arthur asked. To see my wife, Jay answered, and the knight turned his head in surprise. Wife? We married by the heart tree, under the old gods. Walder officiated, he explained as they started the fire. You didn't tell me? Arthur asked, looking at him. Aside from Jors, Walder, and Ghost, I didn't tell anyone, Jay admitted, meeting the knight's gaze. Why? Arthur pressed. I knew you'd talk me out of it, Jay replied. You or Jaime, one of you anyway, he said, and Arthur smirked. Today, you're just like your mother, Jay, Arthur remarked, and Jay nodded in agreement. They left early that night, almost as soon as darkness fell, eager to reach Highgarden. Rhaenys dropped them a few miles from the keep, landing in a secluded forest. They arranged to meet again in a few days, as she decided to fly out over the waters to the west. Leaning against her, Jay closed his eyes, feeling their connection deepen. Be safe, little brother, Rhaenys said softly. You too, big sister, he replied, watching as she took to the sky, heading west. They walked a few miles away from Highgarden, stopping in a small village to buy 2 horses. The smith was pleased to receive their coin, and although the horses weren't as fine as Winter or Apples, they would suffice for now. It was far better to arrive on horseback than on foot, fewer questions would be asked that way. The ride to Highgarden took less than an hour. Upon their arrival, they were soon greeted by Garland, who was surprised to see them while the others were at lunch. "Jon," Garland exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Is that really you?" It's me. Can you have someone see to the horses?" Jon asked, taking the sack off the horse's back. "Of course. Come inside, we were just sitting down to eat. I'm sure you're both hungry." We could eat," Jon said with a smile. They followed Garland through the corridors, and as they reached the dining hall, Jay instinctively reached for the tie in his hair, pulling it tighter while noticing both Garland and Arthur's smirks. "Jon," he heard Sansa shout excitedly as soon as she spotted him. Before he knew it, his sister had wrapped her arms around him, with Margaery and her cousins jumping up to join her. "Hello, little sister," he whispered, glancing from Margaery to her grandmother. "Mother and father," he said, glancing back at his wife. "Jon, we had no idea you were coming to visit," Margaery exclaimed, and he marveled at her composure. It was a sudden thing, a surprise, so to speak. "Are you hungry? Have you eaten?" "You look tired," Sansa asked, and he smiled as Fawn trotted over to him. He followed them to the table, where Lord Mace regarded him with a look of friendly confusion. "Forgive me, Lord Tyrell, for this interruption. We were passing through and thought we'd drop in," he said, feeling foolish for the words, a sentiment everyone else seemed to share, except for Lord Mace. "That's quite all right, Jon. Loras isn't with you, is he?" "No, my lord. He's still in Casterly Rock. Ser Demon and I were looking into some items that belong to my family," he replied, noticing Olenna's curiosity peeking at his words. After they had eaten, he was pleased to see Lady Allery whispering to her husband about something related to the wedding. Garland left with them, while the others remained. Soon after, Olenna sent Margaery's cousins and Mira off to their lessons. He turned to Sansa and asked if they could speak later. His sister reluctantly agreed, and he, Margaery, Olenna, Arthur, and the two towering guards made their way to her solar. "Now, if you'd like to explain what you're really doing here, young man?" Olenna asked as soon as the door closed. "I've been flying around on Rhaenix, Lady Olenna," he said, watching as both she and Margaery looked at him as if he had grown an extra head. "You have?" Margaery asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "I have. We've been to Summerhall and to the Tower of Joy." "Oh, Jon," Margaery breathed, reaching out to touch him, but Olenna cleared her throat. "Just because you married in front of a tree, rules are still rules, Jon, and propriety must be maintained," Olenna admonished. "I'm sorry, Jon, I was." Margaery began, and he leaned in closer. He whispered in her ear, "That's quite all right, my wife," before turning to Olenna. "I still intend to plan a more elaborate wedding, my lady, but this one was on me. If you're irked at someone, it should be me." "Don't worry, I am," Olenna replied, "but now is not the time. Tell me more about this dragon ride." "Perhaps it's best if I show you," Jon said. He reached into the bag and pulled out the dragon eggs. Olenna shook her head at the sight, while Margaery reached down to touch them but quickly pulled her hand away. "It moved," Margaery exclaimed. "How did it move without you touching it, Jon?" "These are different." "I'll explain later," he said, then reached in again and pulled out a cloth-covered crown. As he uncovered it, he caught the look on Olenna's face. "Is that?" she started. "Aegon's crown, my crown," he replied, noticing Margaery's smile. He then shared tales of his flights, explaining how he knew it was time to return and how they had practiced. They had flown across the realm, from the west to the Riverlands, the Stormlands, Dorne, and the Reach. When Olenna asked if he wasn't worried that someone might have seen them, he reassured her that they had flown at night. And who would believe it, even if they did? Olenna agreed to let him speak to Margaery, but only after he promised to remain the gentleman he had been thus far. He had no problem making that promise, and soon he was sneaked into Margaery's room. Arthur and left, or was it right, were sent with him to help ensure he could sneak in and out again. Once inside, he turned to her, and as she opened her mouth to speak, he silenced her with a kiss. "Jon, grandmother," she said when he finally pulled away. "Do you really wish to talk about your grandmother right now?" He replied, smirking before she kissed him again. "I've missed you terribly, you know," she said as they settled onto the bed, Margaery leaning into him while he wrapped his arm around her. "I have missed you too, Marge. It won't be long now. I know it's hard, but remember, this is for both of us. You're not alone in this." "I know," she said, smiling at him. "How did they find out?" he asked, and she explained what had happened, her cheeks flushing as she spoke about the pin. "You saw me?" "I did. We talked, Jon. You were leaving, and I didn't want you to go. It felt like we were together." She shook her head as if trying to dismiss the thought. "Where is it?" She stood up from the bed and walked over to the dresser, retrieving the pin and bringing it back to him. As he looked at it, he noticed the blood still pooled inside. Margaery mentioned that she had cleaned it, but the stain wouldn't come out. Curious, he pricked his own finger, watching as his blood pooled before nothing happened. Then, Margaery did the same, and almost instantly, they found themselves together in a small glade. "Jon?" Margaery called. "Margaery," he replied, gazing at her. "You came?" she asked, her face lighting up with happiness. "Always. Whenever you need me, whenever you seek me, I'll be here," he assured her, and Margaery nodded. A few minutes later, they woke up, and she looked at him, asking if he had truly been there with her. He nodded. "How?" she questioned. "Magic. I don't fully understand it, but I think it will work now." He watched as she allowed her blood to drip onto the pin again, but nothing happened this time. He nodded, focusing, as he began to see the situation more clearly. "Jon? It's like with the glass candles. It cools down, Margaery, so you can't use it all the time. It needs to recharge, magically." "I don't understand." He didn't fully grasp it either, yet he knew what he was saying was true. "Give it some time. Wait, and then use it again, and it will work. But once you do, it will take time to be ready for use again. So don't use it until you really want to." She nodded thoughtfully. "Will you stay for a bit?" she asked. "I'm supposed to meet Rhaenix in 2 days. 2 days, he replied. The look on her face filled him with determination to make those days unforgettable. Standing in the field 2 days later, he felt he had succeeded, he hoped he had. As Rhaenix landed, he and Arthur climbed onto her back and took off. Flying from Highgarden to the west, he tried not to look back at the keep, forcing himself not to dwell on when he would see Margaery again. She had been so disappointed when he told her he couldn't attend the wedding, it nearly crushed him to see her that way. The thought that she was just a dragon right away yet felt so far away consumed his mind all the way back to the rock. When they landed by the cove, he nodded to Arthur to go get some rest. Arthur had agreed to spend the night with the dragons in the cave. As Jon settled beside them, he dreamed of the glade, wondering if it was a real place or merely a figment of his imagination. He pondered whether, when she called, he would be able to return there again. King's Landing, 296 AC. Barristan had one thing to say about serving his king. The little things he had once ignored suddenly became significant. For instance, the fact that the queen was now sleeping with one of his supposed brothers only reinforced how much the order had fallen in his eyes. Another troubling realization was just how devious the Master of Coin truly was. Barristan was aware that Baelish was also entangled with someone he shouldn't be, and he couldn't ignore the way the man's eyes lit up and his demeanor changed when the letter to the king arrived. The knowledge that Eddard Stark wished to officially set aside his wife seemed to delight Baelish, further confirming Barristan's suspicions about his involvement in the attempts on the king's life. Jon Arryn was an enigma in his own right. Barristan had nearly lost it with the king and then with the High Septon when he arrived with a letter from Stark. Hearing the man rant and rave over the mere idea that a man could do what so many others had done was unsettling. He began to wonder what exactly upset him so much. It wasn't until he overheard a conversation between the Hand and the Master of Whisperers that he discovered the source of his distress. "Who does that savage think he is?" Jon Arryn shouted. "His Grace, my lord," Lomas asked. "No, Stark. He thinks just because he worships a tree, he can set aside a woman of faith," Jon Arryn replied angrily. "My whispers tell me he and Lady Cerwyn have become close, my lord." "Perhaps he wishes to marry again?" Lomas suggested. "Well, he's bloody well not allowed to, is he? He married under the true faith, and I'll see that he stays married." "Of course, my lord." "Find out more about these Cerwyns for me, Lomas." "I will, my lord." Barristan was surprised to learn it was a matter of faith and not politics. Sometimes, the Crown and the Hand made moves that were too petty and foolish to be political. Whether it was Robert's reluctance to rule or the Hand allowing his personal feelings to sway decisions, Barristan couldn't help but smirk at their incompetence. He hoped it would continue, as it would be an asset when it came time to make their own move. To that end, he had been doing some thinking. Ser Aerys was a good sort, and he wanted to see him given a chance, Ser Richard even more so. The others? He cared not for them. They were brothers in name only. His true brothers were out there still, doing the job he longed to perform. He readied himself for his shift and made his way from White Sword Tower. "Ser Richard, a calm night?" he asked upon reaching the prince's room. "Indeed, Lord Commander." The prince stayed in his room for most of it. Ser Knight wasn't feeling well, Ser Richard whispered, causing both of them to chuckle. "Then hopefully he's better this morning," Barristan said, and Ser Richard nodded before walking away. Tommen was up a little over an hour later, as always happy to see him on duty. Once he had given. With a wink, Barristan led Tommen to the dining room for breakfast. Guarding Tommen was an absolute joy, even if the fact that he and Myrcella were related to Joffrey sometimes left Barristan scratching his head. Fortunately, with the prince in Dragonstone, that was one less problem to contend with, and today, he had a far better charge in Tommen. As usual, Tommen was helping Myrcella in her garden before he eagerly asked Barristan to take him to the sparring yard. They had only just begun sparring, but the boy had quickly transformed from hesitant to excited. In Barristan's eyes, Tommen was already a much better prospect with a sword than his brother, though he still needed more training. Thankfully, he had found the right motivation to pursue it. "Will you tell me the story today?" Tommen asked, deflecting a blow from Barristan's sword. "You wish to hear it again, my prince?" Barristan replied with a smile, and the eager nod from Tommen confirmed his desire. Ser Duncan the Tall arrived at an inn on the way to the tourney of Ashford Meadow. Barristan began, watching the prince's eyes light up as the tale unfolded. That night, as he guided Tommen back to his rooms, Barristan could see that the boy was tired and worn out. They had sparred, chased after the prince's kittens, and Barristan had shared story after story. Just before Tommen entered his room, he paused, running his fingers through his blonde hair. "Do you think it'd be better if I cut my hair, Ser Barristan, like Egg?" Tommen asked eagerly. "I doubt there's any need for that," Barristan replied. "Your father likes Ser Jon, and I'm sure if he asks him, then he'd take you to squire." The boy's face lit up with a smile. "So you can keep your hair for now, my prince," he added, ruffling Tommen's hair and making him laugh. Will you? Tommen stuttered, his eyes wide with hope. "I'll write to Ser Jon on your behalf, my prince." "I give you my word on it," Barristan assured him. "A knight should never break his word," Tommen said determinedly. "A true knight should not." "Now go to sleep, I'll write today," Barristan replied. Tommen nodded and ran into his room. Barristan could hear him excitedly sharing his heart's desires with Ser Wolf, Ser Knight, and Ser Dunk, his 3 latest kittens. A part of Barristan felt guilty for manipulating the young prince, using him to fulfill his own desires and his wish to be close to his king. But it was Jon's words that echoed in his mind, strengthening his resolve. I can protect him, Ser. I can give him a better life than he has and ensure he doesn't become a casualty in the war to come, Jon had said. Then I'll play my part, my king. I know you will, Ser. In that moment, Barristan thought of the shy maid in 296 AC. Jon Connington had met with Illyrio and informed him about the dragon, mentioning that Daenerys had 2 more. Illyrio assured him he would take care of it. The Magister had given Jon the necessary books, and he had ridden back to Goyandro just in time. Haldon and Aegon were struggling to keep the dragon under control. They had to drug it more and use a thin stick to force it back into its cage. They ended up needing to buy several cages, as the dragon was growing rapidly, and Barristan knew it wouldn't be long before they couldn't find one large enough. He hoped the answers would be in those books. Just the thought of Aegon leading the Golden Company into battle on Dragonback was more than he dared to dream. No army could stand against them, they wouldn't need alliances. People would come to bow before them, not the other way around. But all of that would be lost if they couldn't control Balerion, and he was proving more difficult to manage than ever. Every day of his trips to and from Pentos filled Jon with worry. Without him there, they might not be able to keep the dragon caged. So when he finally spotted the shy maid in the distance and saw Aegon and Duck sparring on the deck, he breathed in deeply, hopeful for what lay ahead. Haldon smiled as he rode hard to cover the last few yards. Griff, you've returned, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the mules and the sacks of books Griff carried with him. I have. Balerion? Griff replied. More and more, I'm forced to put the dragon to sleep, Griff. I need answers. Well, hopefully, you'll find them in there, Griff said. Hopefully, my friend, Haldon replied just as Duck and Aegon stepped off the boat. Griff, did you find what we need? Aegon asked, his voice and poise growing more kingly every day in Jon's eyes. I did, Aegon. Come, let's help the Maester with them. The sooner we do, the sooner your dragon can truly be yours, Griff said, and Aegon's smile was genuine and bright. You've done excellent work once again, Griff. I won't forget this, Aegon said. Over the next few days, while Haldon and Aegon pored over the books, Jon checked in on the dragon. Balerion had little room to move in the cage, and Haldon mentioned that the drafts he had given the dragon had stopped the fire, a point of contention between the half-maester and Aegon. They had constructed a temporary shelter on deck for the dragon, allowing the cage to be slid in and out. They had no other choice, it had quickly grown far too large for Haldon's rooms. Peering in on the sleeping dragon, even Jon felt a twinge of sadness for it. This was no way for such a magnificent beast to be kept. If only it would accept its rider, he thought, then it could be treated far better. Well, he asked Haldon as they ate that night. The language, Jon. The language and the blood are key, I believe, Haldon said. He, Lamore, Duck, and Aegon listened eagerly as he shared what he had discovered. It seemed far too simple to Jon, surely there was more to it than that. But no, it appeared that commands needed to be spoken in Valyrian, which Aegon was overjoyed to hear. Blood would bind him to the dragon. Over the next few days, Haldon and Aegon slowly allowed Balerion to come around. They stopped mixing sleeping drafts into its food, and the dragon's fire returned, though it was far less dangerous than before. When Aegon expressed concern that this might be all the fire Balerion was capable of, Haldon reassured him. Once the sleeping drafts were out of the dragon's system, it would be much stronger. This, in fact, was a blessing, as it allowed them to form a bond with less risk, a thought that brought Jon a great sense of relief. Dracarys, Balerion, Aegon said, holding a piece of meat on a thin stick. The dragon looked from Aegon to the meat and back again, almost seeming to tilt its head slightly, but no flame came. Dracarys, Balerion, Aegon repeated, but the result was the same. It was Haldon who recognized the issue. They hadn't yet formed the bond, and the dragon also wasn't hungry. Jon watched as the half-maester cut Aegon's palm. A pained yelp escaped the king, prompting Jon to instinctively reach for his sword. But Aegon bravely endured the pain, holding his bleeding hand over the dragon's mouth. They all marveled as Balerion drank it down. "Jon, did you see that?" "He took it, Jon," Aegon exclaimed, his joy palpable. Later that night, Jon observed as Aegon fed the dragon chunks of meat. Balerion devoured it eagerly. While its flames were still small, they were more than enough to cook the meat, and Aegon seemed almost determined to overfeed it, so impressed was he with his newfound control. Each evening, Jon would sit and watch as Aegon spoke to the dragon, holding conversations while Balerion listened as intently as Jon did. "Kasai Suvgan Henkiri, Balerion," Aegon declared. "We will fly together, Balerion." Jon and Duck sat nearby, drinking as Aegon continued his conversation with the dragon. "Mazemali Arli Noha Demalion Henkiri," Aegon declared, meaning, "We will take back my throne together." Jon watched as his king reached out to stroke the dragon's neck. The growls and grunts from Balerion were signs of joy, according to Haldon. It was clear that the happiness radiated not only from the dragon but also from Aegon, who seemed more content than he had ever been. Li Kaloni Iaragon against Ilva Kessa Sagan Redan Lida Persis Anagar Balerion, Persis Anagar, Aegon proclaimed, which translated to, "Those who stand against us will be met with fire and blood," Balerion, fire and blood. Jon nodded in agreement. Yes, they would indeed, he thought as he observed them. The next morning, he awoke to excited shouts coming from beside the ship. Barely taking time to dress and grabbing his sword, he rushed to the deck, only to see the dragon soaring a few feet in the sky. It wasn't too far away, thanks to the rope tied around its neck, but it was stretching its wings. As he watched, Jon marveled at the dragon's size and wondered if it would ever grow as large as its namesake. However, concern creased his brow as he saw Aegon struggling with the rope. "Aegon, be careful," he shouted. "All is well, Jon. Watch." "Tegan Balerion, Tegan," Aegon instructed, urging the dragon to land. But Balerion didn't seem ready to comply. Jon felt a sense of unease as he heard Aegon command the dragon to land once more. "Tegan, Balerion, Tegan," Aegon repeated. To Jon's amazement, the dragon finally descended. "How long?" he asked Haldon, who stood nearby as Aegon leaned in to rub the dragon affectionately. "He brought it out this morning." "Sometimes it takes longer for the dragon to listen than others, but he listens, Jon." "The blood, Aegon's blood, and the language were the keys," Haldon said, his voice filled with happiness. That night, they had a small celebration. Lemore prepared her specialty, and Jon even allowed Aegon a few glasses of wine, though not too many. The king he would replace had been a drunkard, but his king would not follow that path. Aegon slept on the deck as he often did now, lying beside Balerion, reinforcing the bond they had built together. A few days later, after sending the letter to Illyrio to inform him of their success, Jon returned to find Aegon and Haldon in the midst of an argument. "What's going on?" Jon asked, stepping between them. "Tell him, Jon, tell him. I am the king, he doesn't get to tell me what to do." "No one does." Aegon glared at Haldon. Jon turned to Haldon, confused. "Haldon?" "Aegon wants to take off the dragon's ropes and collar," Haldon explained. "But it's not ready yet. The bond is growing, but it's not fully formed." "Nor will it be if Balerion can't trust me," Aegon retorted. "He needs to know that I'm his rider and that I'll look after him, just as he will look after me." "I've read the books too, Jon." "Is this true?" Jon asked, looking back at Haldon. "It does say something along those lines, but it's unclear, Halden admitted. A dragon is not a slave, Aegon declared, and Jon raised an eyebrow. What? A dragon is not a slave, Jon. We're hurting him by treating him like one, and we're limiting him, just like the dragons my family kept in the dragon pit, Aegon said with contempt. Halden? It's too dangerous, Jon, Halden replied, shaking his head. In time, yes, but not now. He quickly added that last part as Aegon moved closer to him. Aegon, perhaps. No, Jon. I'm your king, am I not? Always, Jon nodded. Then I order you to do this. Will you respect my order, Jon? Aegon asked, his gaze intense and difficult for Jon to read. Was his king really pleading with him to take his side? Jon wondered. Always, your grace, he replied a moment later, watching as Halden stormed off in frustration, muttering and shaking his head as he left the deck for his room. Jon's gaze shifted back to Aegon, who was opening the cage. Balerion stepped out, his fierce eyes locked solely on Aegon. The way the dragon tilted his neck, almost as if offering for the collar to be removed, made Jon gasp. Did Balerion understand? Could he sense what Aegon was about to do? Was their bond truly that strong? In an instant, the collar and rope were gone. Jon watched as Aegon gently rubbed the spot where the collar had been. Suvgan Balerion, Aegon said, and with a few powerful flaps of his wings, the dragon took to the sky. Aegon turned back to Jon, a smile spreading across his face. Then the flames erupted, followed by screams. While the others scrambled to douse the burning deck with water, Jon pulled Aegon away from the chaos. He wrapped his cloak around his king, heart racing. The screams had ceased, but Jon couldn't tell if it was because Aegon had succumbed to his injuries or if he had simply passed out from the pain. With the fire finally extinguished and Halden and Duck lifting Aegon to carry him below deck, Jon could only stand there, watching as Balerion soared eastward. A dragon is not a slave, he thought bitterly, haunted by the echoes of Aegon's screams from beneath him.